has married. I mean, they're down divorced. They're divorced.
Okay.
They're divorced, but the person has remarried. And this person's new spouse, you can tell that the woman is perfectly likes her leash.
Oh, this one is on a leash. So this one is on a leash as well.
Yes, and she likes her leash, and she's comfortable in her leash.
There are people they are controlling men and women.
Yes.
Some people I think it's a personality type. They call them cholerics. They are very like, this is how I want my thing to be done.
Yes.
And if you've been like that right from birth and you were not sort of trained to collaborate, to concession a bit, over time you become a more oppressive adult. So sometimes we see some things in children like, I want my spoon this way, and they throw tantrums, and we support them like that into adults. We don't realize that we're raising adults that will become oppressive and, in future. So I feel that the controlling man in this situation may be born out of insecurity or whatever it is, because in most cases it's born out of insecurity. You can't, a woman can't, I don't think any woman should have to deal with a man's insecurity. It's a huge pressure.
But if I choose to.
Some can. Some can because they don't know better.
Yeah.
Or they feel like, it's okay, there are other positives. You have to weigh it. You write the pros and the cons. Yeah. And if you look at the pros of the benefits of being in this relationship, maybe financial security and all those stuff, and the cons of I am on a leash. Yeah. You will take the leash for people choose it, and some will say,
for the pros.
Yes, you take the cons for the pros because this is who you are, and with life, in every decision you're making, there's opportunity cost, there are the pros and the cons. So personally, I feel that when we talk about this thing about dressing and all of that, there are conversations that you would have seen the tendencies before marriage, you would have known. Some hide it. I know someone that you marry a woman that fixes long nails, fixes lashes, does makeup, sells makeup, my friend, and you bring her into your house. I did the wedding makeup, and you stopped her from fixing her nails. You no longer like lashes. I'm like, what kind of wickedness is that? Because you knew who she was, and you married her as is, and now you are trying to transform her into your mom. Because of what? Are you scared that other people find her attractive or something? That marriage ended as well, guess what? So there's some things that are templates for growth in marriage and things that are templates for that will bring about broken marriage. I think marriage is, like Mariam said, is about compromise. Yeah. And if you want it to work, you give a little, he gives a little, both sides do that, then we have a successful relationship.
Let's go on a short break. When we come back, we take more phone calls and bring in our guests. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Made from premium wheat with plenty vitamins. So try them with your soup. Now open get for mouth.
Choose Golden Penny Semovita. You eat with kings. Golden Penny Semovita remains my soup's first choice because it is made from premium wheat and fortified with vitamins and minerals to provide a wholesome bowl food that is easy to mold, smooth to swallow, and pairs well with a variety of Nigerian soups. Choose Golden Penny Semovita, my soup's first choice.
Mealtime is game on. Meet my Sure Bet Game Changer, made from natural ingredients to deliver game-changing chicken aroma and taste for my whole team.
Mom, why did we not use this before?
Upgrade your chicken game with game-changing chicken flavor from Maggi Chicken.
Walk me through your last experience.
At first, it started really well, but then it ended badly. It got really dark. Blue, black, dark.
That's never a good sign.
My friends said it. My colleagues said it. Even my mom.
You have a new one now, correct?
Yeah, a new one.
Isn't it rather soon?
No, when it's this good. Trust me, this one is different. A good kind of different. I feel like I am in a better place now. It's so clear.
New Golden Penny oil comes in 2 unique variants, soya and vegetable oil. Available at retail stores near you.
Ready for school? Yes! My champs, they use energy at school. I know because imagine the energy they may have used up to return home distransformed every day.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release to help champs get the most out of their active days. Milo!
Thanks for staying with us. So joining the conversation is our co-host, passionate possibilities purveyor, who believes in transforming lives with mindset shifts via impactful experiential interactions, envisioning affirmations, and wholesome self-love. Welcome with us, Amina Bachabi-Amila in the building.
Yo.
How you doing? You're a friend of yours. You're like an extra co-host for us. Good to have you back.
I'm so glad to be here. Happy New Year to everyone.
Yes, Happy New Year to you. So before you came,
amazing.
We're talking about a message we saw online. One of those bloggers picked it where a woman was, there was a post about a man saying that, I think it was he could beat up his wife for what she's wearing, what he asked her not to wear. So we now started to kind of expand the conversation around the fact that should that still be happening today? And interestingly, our producer just sent us another message where a woman who, I think her husband beat her up, for dressing inappropriately in his own way to pick up the kids in school. And then this woman now sends a video saying that she's not happy with her husband, which is what I was saying, that some people like to be beyond that.
No, but please, the video, she's saying it, she's got a big bump on her eye and her lips. Obviously, she was beaten, and then she's reading the message saying that she supports what her husband has done. So she looks like
when they put a gun to your head.
There's a gun behind her head. Yes. You better say this word, so we don't know.
So again, I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking that this is still happening today. And the lady said, before you came in, the ladies were talking about context. Depends, because they also would adhere to their husband's taste in clothing. However, it's dependent on how it's said and in what context it is. But there's some women who, in this situation, this woman right now was battered. I don't know what she wants to pick the kids in school, but how does a woman handle? How does a woman handle her husband's insecurity?
That's it. That's it.
Can I say something? Can I give you a deep breath? Can I give a story? Okay, so there's this my friend. She's very pretty, you know, and the husband likes, you know, this skimpy, tight kind of clothes, and she doesn't like those kind of clothes. And every time he buys it for her. That's one good thing. And she's always like, she cannot wear those kind of clothes. She doesn't want to wear those kind of clothes and everything. They keep on arguing with the husband. It was becoming an issue between her and her husband. And she was like, look, she came and met us. She was like, what should she do? And I was like, I'm even happy that, you should be happy that your husband even likes you. You know, he wants you to wear these things. This is what he sees outside. And he's like, his wife should wear it. And you have the body. You have all it takes for you to look nice in all of these things. So wear it. Anytime people are going out, you have this, you have that. Wear it on some days. Maybe you people sit down, you and him, and decide and be like, okay, on so day, me and I'll wait to wear this. I'll wear, maybe give him Monday to Wednesday or something like that. So, you know, so there should be compromise. There should be an agreement. Yes, there should be an agreement between them. But when violence is involved,
so let's talk about this issue of insecurity. I mean, let me come to you. This issue of insecurity. Today we're talking about clothing. Tomorrow it could be success. It could be the fact that you're a high flyer. There are different insecurities that men have. And how does a woman, do we subsume our desires because our husband doesn't like us being successful. I'd rather just be the homely woman, you know, and just be that and not be what I want to be just because I don't want my husband to feel like I'm going to be more richer than him or more successful than him. You know, recently I was telling the ladies that my help left in December. And I've been cleaning and cooking and, you know, doing the whole big housewife thingy. Yeah. And yesterday, I was getting frustrated with all the cleaning. I was getting tired. Of course. And I was asking myself, Maria, why are you doing this? Is there somewhere in your subconscious you're trying to prove a point that I got this? Is there something that you're trying to say that I must show that I must suffer? I must show that I'm suffering to show that yes. What are you trying to prove to? Yeah. But there's a subconscious part of us or some women that we feel that we must come to that level to show our worthiness as wife and mother. That thing you clean everybody. Everyone must see that you're working to show that worth. And that's the same thing that managing insecurities. Must we always do that just to prove a point? What are we proving a point to?
I think one of the bigger challenges is we don't even know that there's an insecurity. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily identified, diagnosed, communicated. So it ends up being a function of your speculations that, you know, why does he behave this way? Why does that annoy him? My success should make him feel really happy. He should be proud. But why is it that when I'm doing better, you know, he tends to almost want to squash that? Right. I think one of the bigger problems is that we actually don't even really know what people are dealing with. And nobody really discloses what they're dealing with. So you meet somebody, you court, you get to quote unquote know yourselves. But whatever those underlying insecurities are, I feel like a lot of people are able to hide it very well. Men in particular. So it's when you get into the relationship.
Then realize it's like miniskirts.
The thing just unleashes. Yes. The miniskirt you were wearing when he met you.
Yeah.
That he now suddenly doesn't like. So it's like, where do you go from there?
It's not that he doesn't like it. He's scared that somebody else would look at you and the person has more than what he has and the person can take you away from him. It's the insecurity.
So all of it is
that's so much drama for me to deal, for a woman to deal with. So but you know, you said that people don't even know.
As a wife, shouldn't you also consider your husband's insecurities?
Yes,
it's important to do.
Yes,
should like to address
and vice versa.
But you know what Amina said is what is important here, that most people do not express that. They would not tell you that this is what they're dealing with, because for us, you don't want to come across as being. You know how sometimes you say just that you thought about it. I can't even believe that you could think about it. So they are afraid of being judged for even thinking about it. I don't want to say that maybe some people don't find their spouses to be a safe place that they can be vulnerable. I think that some people, but the accountability should really be on the person. If you really want to work on your insecurities, let the person understand these are my issues, and this is what makes me act this way. And then you can put things in place that can help with your insecurities. I remember someone, I think I'd watched a podcast and someone was saying, if you've been in a relationship where a spouse has been cheating and you decided, okay, we need to come back and continue the relationship, it's not enough to say, I'm sorry, and you continue the relationship. Whereas you're now having this new relationship, you need to show them that you're taking the steps to earn their trust again. So if I know of your insecurities, there are things that I will do to help you manage your fears, and things I will tell you to reassure you that you have nothing to be afraid of. Absolutely. But when you keep it a secret and then you act out on it, that's where the issues are. So communication, again, as usual, is what is important in any relationship.
And I think you can actually tell if your spouse is insecure. There's instances, you see it in their actions and the way they talk. Like, I'll give a personal experience. There was a time when I moved to Lagos, we wanted to start something online. And I had this friend, we finished from school together. My husband knows this guy very well. So the guy was coming to the house, you know, for us to start, you know, the website and everything. So we're always doing it together and all. First time he came, my husband, you know, we know each other from school. Hello, how are you? You know, everything, we're fine. Second day, I briefed my husband. I told him this is what we want to do. And he was like, that's good, very good, okay. First day he came back from work, he saw me and the guy on the dining table. Okay, this. He just entered the room. The next day, his, football came. The guy came, he knocked at the door. When the guy came in, my husband opened the door and, he turned back immediately instead of giving me a handshake.
Yeah.
That's number one. I saw that one, I was like, wow.
Wisdom.
Sensor.
Then number two, they were watching match. When my husband is watching football, if you see the way he screams, it was time for them to watch match. The guy was sitting there, they all watching match. The match was boring. My husband was not, this boy scored. Right? He just scored, the conversation was was not,
chemistry was dry.
In fact, immediately the guy left, the guy called me and said, Ramot, when I'm meeting Kibi, so mobile one, as in I'm not coming again and all of that. I was like, no problem, don't come. Because now, of course, I have to understand that my husband is not okay with it. He has not come out to tell me that he's not okay with it, but I can tell from his actions and all of that.
Did that affect the business or whatever it is that you're trying to do?
Yeah, it did, because, of course, he has to go. We have not started yet.
Those are the sacrifices. But I feel, just to put it in another context, the challenge of dealing with insecurities, like Mariam said, if you don't know, it makes it worse.
Yes.
If you don't know the history. So if you, in conversation, you've heard that a girl from a broken home where cheating was a norm by her father would react differently to someone who has never, like, if all your relationship had be full of cheating, when you marry, you are more insecure because you're like, is he cheating? He held the phone. He went to the toilet. Because every other person you've dated they've always cheated. So it's important to heal yourself and deal with yourself. Because if not, you would begin to give the other person baggages that they don't need to carry. I'm coming into the marriage and I am carrying like a thousand luggage.
This is what women are supposed to know. No. But society expects women to just know. Just know that you can figure it out.
But you must understand, because you are a different person. You lived in a different, like I grew up in a house where my dad was at home by 7. Like, he doesn't do evening hangouts and all of that. It was a very home. Mommy, daddy, me. And my husband didn't even have like his father died before he was even wise enough to know what's going on at 2. So like, what was it? What was the template? It took me years in marriage to understand that this man didn't have a father figure. There wasn't dinner at the table. So we need to have conversations on this. And I made him realize it because even he was not aware. So both parties are trying to understand each other. And it's important to give grace. So if you are that domineering person, and culturally we have a challenge because the men are, I know it all.
Let me go in a very short bit because I hear you and I like where this conversation is going. But there are other contexts that we have not touched on. The fact that some men doesn't allow women to have a job. Just because I don't want you to be empowered. I want to be the one to have full control. And these are different reasons. And some women are fine with that. Others are saying, no, I want to be empowered. So it's all about what is the source? What's the root cause? Why would my husband not want me to work? It's part of these insecurities. Maybe you get rich. Maybe you get connect. Maybe you have access. I don't know. But how does a woman deal with those insecurities? Some have accepted it and others are not. Let's go on a short break. When we come back, we take this further. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your view will be right back.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach 2 million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Hey, my people, I greet you plenty. My name is Nachika Okeke. My name is Uwi Balogun. My name is Damilola Banire. My name is Moyo Faraway Ahmed. If you also call me Moyo, listen. And this na Abigail. And I dare on top of your view pigeon. I'm going to bring you bass, boost. I don't get person will be single mother before. He carry another man show, say, now my husband be this.
This na wetin you want.
After that day, the man
you no go see am again.
If you snooze, you lose. If you miss this show, you miss out. On top this our show, I not dey gree for anybody.
When you dey friend the husband, you not see sign say the guy smart, you don't vex, don't use signs.
If they look for person wey go give am to you, fact as he be. Men no dey ever get fault. If baby not dey for her, na the woman.
Talk no dey be person, you make person no fit talk true inside. But for this country, we know say if we open curtain in the morning, waiting no good, no good.
Me and my sisters, hey, we go tanda gidigba for inside studio to give una all the latest information.
We no even take responsibility for the children. Leave the man.
And that's some poria.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Thanks for staying with us. So going back to this issue of insecurities, and the reason why we focus on insecurities is because it's not just about clothing. There are so many other aspects in homes and marriages where a spouse is insecure. Even women are insecure about their husbands doing certain things. So you have a husband who is handsome, who is GQ, always dressing well, looks the part, and you're wondering, where are you going to again? You can't go, where are you wearing that? You know, you're completely insecure when he has female friends around him. And you feel like there's something wrong, and you give yourself high blood pressure just because he has female friends. So there's a lot of issues of insecurities within marriages that, this is just because one man is saying don't dress. But there are women too who are saying, don't have a female friend. Why is she in your life? And men are advised, don't have female secretaries if you feel temptation. So if you are telling men not to have female secretaries, why are we not telling women not to dress according to what their husbands want? So who is in controlling who? So let's go back to what the marriage, does marriage really allow you to control? Because let me come to you.
You know, control is the word that I've been waiting for us to use. Because even all these insecurities, right? If you have an insecurity over something, that might be normal, natural, you know, I'm not too confident in this area, you support me, cover me. But I think the problem really starts when somebody has a controlling streak in them. Because if it's insecurities, and there's like the fundamental friendship, companionship, we want our family to work and thrive, you can say, you know, I don't like it when you do that, it makes me feel a type of way. A good partner that wants peace and harmony is going to say, okay, noted, you know, I'm going to work on that. So when you now have that conversation where you've expressed your insecurities and the other person just doesn't show any regard for your insecurities, that's where the problems come.
So
and that's where control
So I like to wear miniskirts because I've been wearing miniskirts all my life. I like to wear tank tops. I like to leave my arms away, right, all out, because maybe I lived in Florida all my life and it's hot, so I'm used to it. Yeah. Now I decided to come back to Nigeria and I married somebody who sees me, he likes me, really, really cool, and he's fine with it. But once we enter marriage, out of respect for his family, and because they are members of a certain church and we don't do this kind of things. So he's asking you now to dress a certain way because now you're a married woman. And there's a way a married woman dresses.
Expectations.
And you're thinking, hello,
societal pressure.
You met me this way. I have gone to your mom's house and she has seen me this way. Now we're married. Why are you now asking me to change? That's the conversation. That why do we have a problem with when the husband is insisting that I need you to look different because you're a married woman?
So if someone finds themselves in that situation and says it's control, that context that you've just painted, for me, I don't see that as control. It's really about compromise, because when you get married to the Duke of whatever, and they tell you that you have to wear Cartier jewelry and all sorts of things, you're not going to complain and say, I'm just a natural boohoo chick and I just like boho chick and I just like to wear raffia and whatever. Too heavy for me. Cartier is too heavy. I can't wear it. You won't say that. Yeah. So it's truly about communication. And I don't know how, like with regular human beings that I'm talking about, that you're unaware of the way a person is. You know, the way this person dresses. You know this is who she is. You know how she dresses. And while you're courting, the person will come to your house. The person will see how you are. The person will come to your church. Will see how they dress in your church. It's wisdom only, really, to sort of modify for different places. I've always said there's nothing wrong with, I don't have a problem with dressing. I just know that there are different kinds of dressing for different places. And if you understand that, it's just normal. You just know. And then you find people, especially, I really wanted Ramatu to talk about it because culturally in the North, there's a way that you're covered. The way that Ramatu is dressed like this now, there are some people watching her in the North and think she's still too open.
Let me pause you for a second. Nkechi's been holding for a minute. Nkechi, thanks for calling. You're live.
And I went, really.
Nkechi, good morning.
I'm a first-time caller.
Welcome to the show.
I love you so much.
Aww.
I am Nkechi Obiano from Gombe State. I was married to a medical doctor, a chief consultant surgeon. Then he's late now. He never allowed me to work. I graduated 89-90 from University of Maiduguri. My husband never allowed me to work, and I took care of his children. Presently, I have 4 doctors and a nurse. I never regretted following what he told me not to work, that I should stay and look after his children. We have a private hospital in Gombe.
Nice.
So I've been the one, taking care of the hospital. He died 2 years ago, and I'm still running the hospital with his children. 2 of the kids are in United Kingdom, and I never regretted it because he allowed me to dress the way I wanted because I love fashion a lot. And the age difference was 20 years gap.
Wow.
He allowed me to whatever I wanted to do, he allowed me. And I never regretted it. Many times communication is very good.
Yeah. I was just going to say communication.
Thank you very much, Nkechi. Fantastic.
Her story sounds great because not only was there communication, there was agreement. Because even after you've communicated, if somebody's not in agreement, resentment will build up.
Yes.
So if you say to me, don't work because I'm going to take care of all of us, for me, that's like you're slowly killing me. I want to be out, I want to do things, I want to communicate, I want to make impact. I can do some of that. Maybe now, the way the world has changed, you can do that digitally or whatever. But if somebody says, don't work, and the reason is just because I don't want you to, it may be quite hard to. But if you say it's to take care of the children, I think that's a good reason for the woman who's okay with it. There's agreement. But also, now that you said don't work because you're going to be taking care of the children, are you going to take care of all of us?
Yeah.
Or is it that I'm not working, and like you said, now I have to ask you for money for water, I have to ask you for money for my sanitary needs, I have to ask you for money for hygiene, I have to ask you for money for, you know, food, the basics.
Money, for me, money gives a level of freedom, and it improves confidence because I worked, I earned, I have the capacity. I worked, I earned, I start feeling better about myself.
Absolutely.
And that's why a lot of men get threatened the more money the woman makes, because they feel like she has that freedom. She's not obeying you because she's compelled to. She's obeying you because she loves you, or she's listening to you because she loves you. And we don't understand that context. There's a box of this is how it should be. You listen to me, whatever I say. We traveled recently, and I was sharing the story during the break. Because we traveled, and for safety reasons, I put all the money in my husband's wallet. And even the card. So I did not have card, I didn't have cash. And we were like that. When we were in the airport, I wanted to buy something. I asked him for the money, I bought it. But for 2 days, I didn't have cash and I could not buy anything. And we strolled, and I felt like buying an I didn't like the fact that I had to ask him. I had to have a conversation. Can I give me card and give me money? Let me be able to make decisions without asking. I want that sense of, and I was like, but if you want, the money is there. And I can just take my wallet and say, no, let me have the one that I know is my own, that is in my pocket. Guess what? Because I traveled with my parents. The second day, my mom asked Efumilowo, because she also doesn't like the idea of having to ask for everything. I don't think men understand, because he didn't get it, because he knew he wouldn't say no to what I wanted, but he didn't understand why I wanted to have my own money. So if you say a wife should sit at home, please ensure that you have the liquidity to keep her free, so that she doesn't feel enslaved, because just to buy water, I have to ask you for more money. It's not a good feeling.
It's the worst
Let me take this call. Good morning, you're live.
Morayo, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Morayo. My name is Elizabeth from Abuja.
Hello, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Morayo.
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, this security issue from spouses is very important. I have an issue I'm about to deal with now. My daughter read English and Literature Studies from a prestigious university. She speaks very well. She dresses well, because I, for one, am an advocate of decent dressing. I don't like indecency at all. And 2 days ago, she has a guy in her life, and the guy just woke up to her and said she's trying to intimidate him by the way she talks and the way she carries herself and position herself, that he doesn't like makeup. He doesn't like her wearing lashes and nails. And this is a guy that is talking to her concerning marriage. And she came back home and told me that, Mommy, this is what Lagaja is saying. And I said, if this guy starts this way, it shows that you will not be able to be the woman you want to be after marriage. These are the qualities he saw, that he chose to like you. For me, it's a red flag. If your spouse is insecure about you, it's truly a red flag. So communication is very, very important. I, for one, am making a decision as a mother. She cannot marry that man. After training my child, giving her good life, and you want to come and dampen it for her, I'm sorry, Murayo, I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you very much.
Honestly, when you have conversations like this, I mean, this for me is an obvious red flag. But I have heard people who would have heard things like this and they swoon. I've heard ladies say, he's so jealous. If you see somebody cosplay like this, he gets so upset. And they think, I just find it so exciting. It's a red flag. You know, and it's really about understanding yourself as well, and loving yourself, and not expecting that other people, allowing other people to sort of control you. So there's this thing, we're talking about, some people like the control. Do they even understand what they like? Do they know what it is that they're asking for? Do they know what it means down the road? If someone is able to say, do not talk, you're a talker, you've gone to school for it, but don't talk because it intimidates me, and you're thinking, this man, talking is one thing. Next thing, what else will he be asking you to stop? If the conversation is not really, if the conversation is not really about having you both, you know, grow, develop yourselves and each other, and have a union that understands that, you know, that you're there for each other. If that is not the sort of conversation that you're having, then you should not even be part of that conversation.
Something occurred to me when Toko was talking earlier. Something occurred to me that a lot of men sometimes don't have substance. All they have is provision.
Yes.
So there's no substance, and because all I have is my ability to provide for you. Now, the moment I empower you to provide for yourself, you've taken away the only thing I bring to the table. It's over.
Yes.
There's nothing. So what we need to do also help men to begin to. There's more to relationship than just providing.
Yes.
There's a substance to a man. There's outside provision, but society has made them feel once you just have it, that's all you need.
That's your responsibility.
That's all you need
provide.
when you're home, and that's a problem.
So and this thing you're talking about has also affected men in such a way that even the ones with great, fun, bubbly, confident personalities starts feeling a bit insecure when they don't have the provisions, or when they don't think they have enough, or in comparison to maybe what they think she's used to, or what maybe her friends are enjoying. Then all the problem starts in a whole nother capacity that is unforeseen.
And I think that we're a bit neglecting the fact that the society has a lot to play in this kind of a thing. And of course, it has told us that the men have at least 70 to 80% responsibility, control. Like, I don't want to use control over a woman or over the. Like this caller now, what she just said, I think her daughter needs to have a conversation with him because he's only complaining about the physical. No, hold on. This is my own perspective. He's just complaining about her physical attributes. He said lashes, makeup, and all of that. And I remember that I had this kind of conversation with a friend of mine. We're talking about women that will come to sort for our son, and then when our sons are ready to get married, and my son brings a babe home, that when she comes home, we said she'll come maybe with her wig and all of that. We're now like, we tell her to remove her wig. We want to see you natural. Remove the lashes. Wash your face. We want to see your face. We want to see.
You're already grooming.
You know what my friend said? My friend said that we're going to go swimming. She wants to see everything. And again, she was even telling her that, she even said that she's going to bring her picture from age 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to know if she's purely a woman.
I want to know what the purpose is. What is the purpose?
This is our son. We're talking about our son.
So now
I want to be sure that she's a woman.
You are making
want to see that Binta, that picture from age 1.
If your son gets to the age where he's able to, if your son gets to an age where he's able to choose a wife, I hope he's able to see these things that you're without needing to come to you. You'll see it.
We're going to help him see.
Let me take
that's why we're going to do all this.
Oh my God, this is the most interesting perspective.
Abubakar, thanks for calling your live. Abubakar.
All right.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you're live, sir. Go ahead, please.
Please, I want to talk to... first, I want to address an issue. My Muslim sister in the red spot. I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
You said that you, at a particular time while you were a student, you had a male guest in your house, one of your classmates. I want to ask you, as a Muslim, do you think it was proper for you to have done that? Have a male guest in your house, an adult? I would say it was wrong, and I think you should know too. Now, talking about control, there's nothing like control in this thing. The fact is that before you marry somebody, you have agreed that these are the parameters you want to do. You have observed the person to see that this is the kind of person you really want. So, I want to make it abundantly clear here that when a man says, I don't want my woman to dress this particular thing, he's talking from experience. You are not, we are men, you are women. Whenever we are out there, we know what men talk about, the way women dress. So there's no man who, in his right sense, will want to, even if the woman does not want his wife to be addressed, even though she does not know about, does not know what the men are saying. This is why most men insist that their women should dress properly. And now, let me also ask this question. When you are married, are you dressed to please who? To please the husband or to please men on the street? I mean, what the man is actually doing is protecting you from the wolves amongst us. That is it. In any case, quite a number of you feel that it is control. It is not control. If a man is very confident that nobody will tamper with his wife when she goes about declaring and everything, there will be no problem. But what I'm telling you from the perspective of men, I know what women discuss about women who are clad in very skimpy dresses.
Okay, thank you, Abubakar, for your perspective.
So can I answer him? Please. Okay, so the guy that came to my house were classmates in school. Me and my husband went to school together, so he knows my male friends and I know his male friends. And that guy that used to come to the house, they've known each other, together because we go to read together and all. So that's how close we are. Even his friends, they come to the house as well many times, and we are gisting, we are playing and all of that. So that's
okay. Okay, he said, did you think it was appropriate?
Yeah, that's what, that's what I'm asking him. Yes.
So let's felt that he was uncomfortable. She made the sacrifice for her marriage.
For the business.
Yes,
and
it also cost the business.
But let's go back to what Abubakar said. I mean, because you have to address, go ahead.
So what Abubakar said and something you said, we keep saying society, expectations, control, but at the end of the day, it's between Mr. A and his Mrs. A in their home. So even Abubakar, who now just called and said, oh, when a man is saying dress this way or don't dress that way, is because of what you don't know what the men are saying. Really, truly, if between you and your wife there's understanding, there's trust, there's love, there's everything that you need for a good home, what's your business what men are saying or not saying about what your wife wears or doesn't? You know what I mean? Like, it has no import on the joy, peace and progress of your family unless you choose to make it. So sometimes I also feel like a lot of the problems comes from you're carrying more than is your fair share of load. You're trying to conform to all sorts of things that really don't impact you and your family.
Exactly.
And again, go ahead, Mara.
So the lack of, for me, that's also a sign of a lack of insecurity, a lack of confidence. He was saying something about what people will say outside, and what people say outside is, it's just their opinion. I know of someone who, in fact, let me just, my own example, after I had my first child, there's this brown skirt I used to have when I was dating my husband, like, really short brown skirt. I really loved that skirt. I felt like it was the best mini skirt ever. And I've worn it many times throughout our dating. And then after I had my baby, I remember I tried it and I saw that I could fit into it. I was excited about it. My mom was in the house at the time and she was like, this skirt is not right. It's not appropriate for a woman who has just married woman that has it. And she said I ignored her. Then when my husband walks in, then she says it in English so that he will hear and he will join her. I was like, I like her like that. In fact, that is how, he's not worried about what my mom will say, this person will say, this person. He knows who he is. He's confident in who he is. So sometimes these issues that people say everyone is talking about, sometimes we need to sit down and ask ourselves what we like, what we want. If you go out to date a woman that is dressed a certain way, if it's not what you like, why did you go there? Why did you go there to bring that person in just to change them? And then when they do not agree, you're saying you know what people are saying outside. So did you think that you saved her from what people... She knows what people are saying outside, but she has chosen not to care what they're saying because there are also a group of people that are looking at her dressing and they admire it. Now, I need to make this is important because when you talk like this, people just assume that the man means you're dressing more appropriately, and anyone that's saying that a woman should dress the way she is because she's dressing inappropriately. Sometimes it's not because that person is inappropriately dressed. It's just that something that you don't like, you don't understand yet. My husband, too, sometimes we have a difference of opinion with my dressing, and I realize it's because he's much older. He does not have the fashion sense that I got, But it is based on, that conversation is mutual respect. It's not about controlling me, and it's not about what people will say.
Okay, let me go on a very short break. When we come back and take comments on social media and some more phone calls. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Someone that you don't like how she dresses with the intention to change her. wahala go dey. Talk the matter before you marry. Hafsat said, I have a friend that wears hijab only to marry a man that told her the hijab is too long and she should tie only scarf. But he met her with the hijab before asking her to marry him. Mount Rushmont said, no, it's not just an opinion. That's what people are saying. That is where it starts. I don't want anyone undressing my wife in his mind.
Then don't marry those type of people.
They would undress your wife whether you like it or not.
Don't marry
because
those
you
kind
can
of people.
He's saying I don't want people undressing my wife in, even if you wear hijab, they would undress.
You have no control over that, you know.
We are on TV here, and the comment has reduced. I was telling Mariah during the break that we have sort of changed culture. Sort of. Because when we have changed culture because when we started this show, it was unusual to have women just talk about opinion. And women were asking me, so your husband is okay with you doing this?
Men were asking.
As in women were asking, men were asking. Only for a few years later, my husband was telling me how many of his friends were asking how is he coping with his wife being on TV.
Yeah.
That was the question. How are you
coping with
your wife being on TV? How are you dealing with your wife having opinions and talking about the marriage? And so we now got to the point where you say, don't talk about me on TV.
God bless you. Yes. And there was time also my husband insisted, like, never in your life mention my name on your show. Never.
And it wasn't based on him.
But today he's enjoying it. Yes, because now
it was the pressure.
It was the pressure. People were now wondering, how are you allowing your wife to talk on TV like that? Yeah. But now he likes the fact that a lot of people are now learning from my experiences, and he's fine with it.
Now they're enjoying it.
Now they enjoy all
I remember.
And you know what's so interesting about why you're talking about me? Is that when I talk about my experience, you're part of my experience. So I sort of have to talk about you. So it's great that, you know, they've come around and they are comfortable with it now. But what I'm hearing is still this societal pressure and how we inflict so much unnecessary pain.
Let me pause you for 1 2 weeks. And have Adeboa has been holding for a minute. Adeboa, thanks for calling. You're live.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning,
Thank you so much. I'm the first-time caller.
Welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here. I just want to quickly say that we need to get back to the original context, because I find that initially you spoke about the story of a lady that was on social media, because I actually even came across that video. And what is singlet? And that was the reason her husband complained. So you find out that men are not really about, you know, whether it's fashion or whatever. We are talking about the fact that you have to bring some level of dignity to the institution called marriage. I think the fact that you didn't really get what Abubakar tried to say. The fact that men talk about it is actually talking. It was actually talking about the dignity in marriage. No man wants his woman to go out there, and then men are talking about her as if she's a harlot, as if she's a prostitute. Because I see it these days. I think we need to begin to condemn all of these things. We are just getting too woke, that we are beginning to just condone so many things that we should be condemning. You go out there and you see young people, married women, you know, just out there displaying all the goods. No man wants, you know, his wife to go out there and keep displaying.
Why? Nobody looking indecent dressing.
Thank you. So that's why it's important to make the difference.
Exactly. I've shared this story before on this table, where the time of marriage, my husband was saying that don't wear weaves. That doesn't like the idea of all these nonsense weaves. Everybody just wearing it. Then the early days, now big is popular. But he would tell me, I like your natural hair. I mean, so I'm going to cut like green natural hair. But I saw that with the time on watching TV, and he'll be there admiring Kim Kardashian with her long flowing hair, and he'll be like, oh, she was Kim fine, Kim fine. I'm wondering, it's still this clown. I beg, I went to go other wigs. I wear my own wig, because I didn't even like the way I look with natural hair. Personally, my own personal natural hair is not as lovely as Tokwe's own. It's just very scanty, so I didn't really like it. But I thought because my husband wanted me to wear natural, so I was trying to please him, but I wasn't pleasing myself. I didn't like it. But then I realized that if I'm even complaining, actually, subconsciously,
sometimes their fashion taste has not even yet grown.
Yes, we've gone past, and then they are still trying to.
But I think it's important to make the difference that, you know, what we're talking, we're not supporting indecency or indecent dressing, but we're saying that sometimes you may have an opinion about how someone should look, and it's just an opinion, and it's okay to tell each other, you know, I don't like this or I like this, as long as you're not controlling. What we were talking, because he was saying that we have lost the original story.
Context,
the original context is a woman was beaten by her husband, and another person was telling the story that he had the right to beat his wife if she didn't listen to him. You can have these conversations about what you can or cannot wear, what you prefer and do not prefer, without it resorting to violence. And that is the original context of this conversation.
We have to wrap up.
What I'm just trying to say is that men, of course, men still have 60 to 70% control over their women. If you are married, please just know that we are not trying to change the
in your perspective.
Yes, in my perspective.
Yes, good.
And I can tell you that environments can also affect the way you look and the way you dress. I know that if I'm in the north, I know that there are some things I need to wear whenever I'm going home. In fact, when I'm going home, my box is different. I know that I have to cover up.
So you and I, we know that, we share that, we know.
Yes, so, and when I'm in Lagos, I had to adjust to the way the environment is.
Then when you go to Vegas, please send us pictures.
Me, I went to, was which country was I? It was either Florida or somewhere where they naked beach. Nude beach.
Nude beach in Florida.
I said, Father Lord, my father should find me in this place.
I must not be caught here.
I wasn't told. I was a good girl.
Yes.
I was a very good girl, but I was just looking.
And what did the people think?
I just wondering why you get here. I was very, get naked.
So from you talking about Florida, I'm thinking about where does, just the freedom to be comfortable in your own skin, in your own clothing, in your own style, in your own everything, where does that sit? Because that self-love is important.
The show has ended.
When? It's finished.
Yes, we have ended. The show is
Thank you very much for coming.
Is that how it finishes?
It was a blessing. Exactly. It was a blessing having you.
You put us say bye-bye.
We're about to say bye.
Have a lovely day.
Yes.
See you tomorrow.
Yes.
Bye for now.
Bye.
That's it.
That's the bye. She's just about to start our own.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. It's ShopX Bonanza time. ShopX TV is thrilled to offer an exclusive giveaway of up to 30% on the amazing CookX Air Fryer Oven from now till January 31st, 2025. Our incredible CookX 10-in-1 Air Fryer Oven that makes all the amazing fried food you love with 80% less fat normally retails for 299,950 naira. But call the number on your screen now and get it for just 199,950 naira, which is a whopping 100,000 naira off. Amazing! The incredible 12-liter oven that offers 75% more space for cooking than traditional air fryers. Stay tuned and learn about the amazing free bonus items included with the CookX Air Fryer Oven. Say goodbye to unhealthy, greasy food and hello to nutritious, delicious meals. Its easy-to-use digital display and preset cooking functions take the guesswork out of meal preparations. The CookX Air Fryer Oven is a 12-liter powerhouse that can fit a whole chicken and feed the entire family. Air-fried chicken, corn, and tasty fish, and all made with little to no oil. Here is exciting news. You can air-fry rotisserie. Regular rotisseries have no airflow. It's crisper on the outside and so much juicier on the inside. The CookX Air Fryer Oven replaces a deep fryer, a rotisserie oven, a dehydrator, an oven, a toaster oven, and a microwave. It features a state-of-the-art touchscreen with 10 presets. The CookX Air Fryer Oven is easy to wipe.
I'm happy. My husband is happy. And of course, I have a happy home. For my grilling on check, to my frying on check, to my baking on check.
You could be paying 299,950 naira for the CookX Air Fryer Oven, but call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get it on the ShopX Mega Bonanza deal for 199,950 naira. The CookX Air Fryer Oven comes with a drip tray and a grill tray. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get not one, not two, but 3 bonus items valued at 50,000 naira for free. Bonus number 1, an extra large rotating stainless mesh basket, amazing for French fries. Bonus number 2, our stainless rotisserie fork. It's perfect for restaurant-style rotisserie chicken. Bonus number 3, stainless steel food handle. Get the Cookex air fryer oven in 2 easy payments of 99,975 naira. Pay twice to get this innovative kitchen appliance. This offer is for a limited time only. We will also deliver the Cookex air fryer oven to your door for free.
The preceding was a paid presentation brought to you by Shepex TV.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news. Welcome to the transformative journey of Gombe State. Like a beautiful bride in the savannah, Gombe State is steadily growing to become a commercial and investment hub, with accelerated development of world-class infrastructure, quality education, and healthcare. The jewel in the savannah, under the visionary leadership of Governor Inuwa Yahaya, is taking giant strides in the quest to making Gombe State a paradise in Nigeria's northeast region. Join us on this adventure every Thursday by 3:30 p.m. as we explore Gombe's transformative journey to greatness.
Ogun State, the gateway to Nigeria, is setting the pace with groundbreaking infrastructure projects and innovative social programs for economic development. Join us every week for Gateway Diary, where we spotlight the incredible initiatives and achievements of Ogun State government under the leadership of Governor Dapo Abiodun. Discover how Prince Dapo Abiodun and his team are empowering communities, fostering economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life for the good people of Ogun State. With exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and real-time stories from the people, Gateway Diary offers authentic and inspiring insight into the progress and prosperity of Ogun State. Gateway Diary, showing
Good morning and thank you very much for joining us. I am Yuri Folari. Let's go a bit international. But international, it sort of affects everybody. I'm talking about the US elections, which have been won. Everybody knows President Trump is back in power, having won the election after the interregnum of a term that was served by Mr. Joe Biden. Now, since President Trump has been in office, we have like 10 days now to sort of see if we can sort of, how does one put it now, evaluate what his term is going to be like. Trump, unlike most presidents, doesn't have 8 years at a stretch because he's already served 4 years, and so here we are, 4 years. So he has 4 years here. And maybe this is some of the things we should be talking about. That looks like a military aircraft, and that does look a bit like the deportation mania that's going on in the U.S. The one that is a bit strange is that this hasn't been done before to common knowledge, that is to involve the military in the issue of deportation. But then you know that President Trump, his mantra is MAGA, M-A-G-A, Make America Great Again. The president no doubt would have caught the attention of many for a number of different things. And so I need to find out from our guest this morning, Mr. Femi Ojikutu. Good morning to you, Mr. Femi Ojikutu. Okay, Mr. Femi Ojikutu is Mr. Femi Ojikutu is a lawyer, social and political commentator. He's also a national strategist of Boot Party. So as soon as we do have the Mr. Ojikutu here, we'll talk to you about him. Mr. Ojikutu. Good morning to you, sir. Okay, what's going on? Are they miking him? Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us, please.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time?
TVC News, first with breaking news.
Okay, so I'm back again. Thank you for your patience. And I had just finished introducing Mr. Ojikutu, but Mr. Femi Ojikutu is actually here now. I mean, that I can guarantee now. I was sure the first time around, but it was what it was. So Mr. Femi Ojikutu, just in case you're joining us in this minute, I was telling you, is a lawyer. He's also social and political affairs commentator. He's also the national strategy view as a hearing from you, as many people probably will have an impression of what it's like in America. I'm talking, of course, about the arrival of the new president, the new old president. President Trump was in power, before, and then there was this interregnum of the Biden administration. So here he is, and he has 4 years to go now, not 8 years that most presidents start with. So he's been 10 days in office. Immigration seems to have dominated the headlines, although there probably will be other things that people think are important. I wonder what your thoughts are of The first 10 days of President Donald J. Trump's in office.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Folarin. Well, in America, it's been a time of, I can't say it's total chaos, because what the president is doing is what he promised. And from day one, as soon as he assumed the office, for those who are kind of aware of what was going on, he signed as many as 42 orders.
Executive orders.
Yes, on that day. And he signed some in the public glare. Everybody saw it. And what was very key to him and to his supporters was that he was delivering on all the things he promised them. So he did that, and some at on the ground, some in the White House, and he was making a demonstration of all those. So, and those executive orders took effect almost immediately. And most of them were turning around whatever executive orders that Biden had in place. But the most important ones were the one on immigration and the birthright citizenship. I mean, birthright citizenship is for those kids that were born in the U.S., that anybody born in the U.S., as per Constitution, is a citizen of the U.S. He now came and said, no, if you are not a legal migrant and you had a kid there, those kids should not be U.S. citizens. So that was a big one. And there are many other orders that have happened in between there. But as soon as he put pen to paper on those executive orders, the first one that took there was the immigration, the deportation order. In fact, they used military aircraft to ferret some people out of the U.S. to countries like Colombia. In fact, some of them got to Colombia, and the country was not ready for them. They first said, no way, they were not going to take them. But, I mean, when they went under threat and Donald Trump told them that if they did not, he was going to put tariff on them, I think they kind of succumbed. So it's been a lot of things going on between then and now. People are being rounded up here and there. And everybody, you see immigration lawyers giving advice here and there. And also we have the frenzy of people of his executives being presented to the Senate for approval. All those things are going on. But the most important thing is that is what America voted for. The Americans wanted, Americans usually want a change. They are always restless. After 2 months, they'll be tired of you. They want somebody else. They just want a change, whether for good or for bad. They want a change. So, and that's what he promised them, and he's doing it. And he knows very well that most of those executive orders will not see the light of the day. Like the one for citizenship, he passed it that same night. That same night, some attorney generals went to court, and they put another on it that he should stop. And he knew that would happen. But the first thing he has done is that he has kind of delivered on his promise. So he now has the excuse to tell his followers that, well, I did what I told I was going to do. Is this attorney generals or is Democrats that are blocking me from doing this? And the same thing happened during the first time. The first time, the day he came in, that was the day he kind of signed the executive order for ban of Muslims coming to the U.S. In fact, those who are arriving, those who are legal residents, those who had green card, that is the residency in the U.S., that were traveling in from those Muslim countries, they were returned on the spot. So everybody knew who Donald Trump was, and America chose to vote for him, and I think he's delivering on his promises. So we all are there, and what will happen is we all have to see the consequences of what, and that's why they say that election matters, voting matters, and that's where we're at now, Mr. Folarin.
So President Trump is doing a great job as far as he and his supporters are concerned.
Oh, yes. I mean, he's delivering against all what he promised them. So the first thing is that, I mean, now, the unfortunate thing is that some people voted for him on single issue. Some people is because of abortion. Oh, why should women be aborting? That's just one single issue. The evangelicals too, they voted for him on single issues. Some voted because of Israel, some voted because of Gaza, some voted because of LGBTQ. That was a single issue. But they never thought about other issues that actually affect them. Now, one of the executive orders was that all federal workers should go back to the office 5 days in a week. And remember that in the last 4 or 5 years after COVID, most offices were operating remotely. Some people sold their houses in Washington, D.C. and went to Tennessee and some other states, and they were working remote. They sold their houses. They are now settled. He said all of them should come back to the office 5 days a week. And yesterday again, he now said, okay, come back to the office. If you want to resign, we'll pay you from now till September, then you can go. So all he wants to do is he wants to kind of reshape the administration, and that is a way of doing it. Yeah, so that's, people now are kind of paying for whatever getting whatever they paid for.
But to be fair, first of all, this is very worrying to immigrants that are in the U.S., not just African immigrants. We'll come to that. That's where we come into the matter. People are quite concerned about what President Trump is doing from his own MAGA, Make America Great Again perspective. But it needs to be said that if you look at it very, very closely, this wave of deportations and all of that, it didn't really begin with President Trump. In fact, it's not many know that it's continuing from President Biden's time. But you see, there's a sense in which, President Biden and other presidents, they sort of fit the bill of, how does one put this delicately now? They're quite diplomatic. They can be as serious as they need to be, but they are as diplomatic. But then President Trump is a different kettle of fish altogether. He says things, let it be said, sometimes that is seen as hateful, that is even seemed to be against particular certain races. I remember that in 2018 he made world headlines when he called some African countries shithole countries, a horrible word to use on air. So there's all of that behind President Trump, for which he has no apologies, by the way. But the point I was making here is that other presidents have also pursued the deportation agenda, but maybe with not as much rancor or noise. What would you say to that?
Yes, you see, what people don't know is that during President Trump's first term in office, he said he was going to build the border, build the wall. He was going to wall,
which by the way, he has ordered work recommencement on. Work has recommenced on the wall.
Yeah, but he was supposed to build about 2,000 miles of wall, and he didn't even build up to 500. In fact, he didn't build more than maybe 100 miles. Okay. But it was the refurbishment of the old ones. However, it's on record that President Obama deported more immigrants during his 8-year tenure than, even the first 4 years, than did President Trump. But what is very important to him is to speak to the sentiment of Americans.
Okay.
What you want to hear, and he will say it. For instance, he said inflation is going to go down. But as soon as he came in, he said, well, I don't think it's possible to let inflation go down. He will say those things to win election. And that's where the Democrats are failing. Democrats are not able to communicate their message properly to people. They do. Okay, for instance, during the election, Donald Trump will talk about, the kitchen table issues, like what is really affecting the populace. He will talk about inflation. He will talk about security. He will talk about crime. Democrats will be talking about GDP. What is GDP to me? I'm on the street. I don't know the full meaning of GDP. You are telling me that the GDP has improved. You are telling me the interest rate has improved. What have I got to? I'm hungry. I've gone to the shop. What I was buying for $4 is now $7 or $6. You are telling me GDP. You are telling me LGBTQ. You are telling what? Those are not things that Americans were interested in. And Donald Trump understands all this, and that's what he will use to get to power. And as soon as he gets there, now this second term is more emboldened because he now knows that he can ride roughshod on the system. Now you cannot see any GOP senator except maybe one or two of them that can go against him. They cannot. You cannot see anybody in that party. So he is the lord of the party now. So anything he wants, he signs the executive. He even stopped the aids to all countries and also stopped the aids and benefits to Americans. He did that on Monday, and by Tuesday it was bedlam all over. Say, what happened? They had to kind of resign the order. They said, okay, that's not what we meant. The order included withdrawing food for kids in school, all sorts of things, all sorts of benefits. In fact, so he has done a lot of things to speak to the sentiment of Americans. And unfortunately, people, in fact, in the last 10 days, his approval rating has dropped like almost 10 points, maybe between 6 and 10 points in the last 10 days. So everyone knows what will happen in the next 30, 40 days and 50 days. And when people calling me, oh, what can you do to help me? Because they have an idea that I'm a lawyer. To help you how? They say, this Donald Trump. Now, even me, going on the street, I'll have to hold my photocopy of my passport, just in case they stop you. Because the issue is that they will deport you first. They don't even care where they're deporting you to. They just want to that you have been deported. And that's where they're at in that regard.
In fact, you know, it needs to be said, because if people had known from the beginning that a time would come when this would be the way that the head of the country, the first citizen of the country, will be acting, maybe a lot of people that had come, that had believed the American mantra of give me your people, give me your poor, let them come here to safety, let them come here to freedom, which has been listened to by the world for decades, but now suddenly they are being disrespected as badly as they are, because that's really the whole point. Nobody wants to be in America, let it be said, under such ignominious conditions. But as our people say locally, you get why. So we have so many, people in that place now, and in America. But it's a problem. It's a problem because there are many Americans who feel that President Trump is not living up to the American ideal. You've probably seen President Reagan YouTube, the social media, piece, a little 30, 40-second piece where Reagan was, talking about the key aspect of America. It takes people from around the world. Even President Trump, a lot of people have made this observation. President Trump's wife and his family, nobody is an American by birth apart from the native indigenous Indians. But look at the way it is going now. Many people are consoling themselves with the idea that, wait, give him some time, he will peter out. Omar, what is your comment in that regard?
Yes, I think I side with those that have that kind of opinion. Because during the first term, he went in there with all the blusters. He came in, I'm going to deport people, I'm going to do this. At the end, most of those things ended in court. And even before he assumed office, between the time he won the election in November and assumed office in January, all these associations, all these legal associations like ACLU, they were ready for him with suits. So as soon as he was putting those orders on the table, they were going to court, putting injunction and all sorts of things, But the most important thing is, what is driving this populism is the fact that a particular part of the American citizen or citizenry is feeling threatened. Because what is happening is that in some cities, just as in the UK, in some cities, they are seeing immigrants kind of taking over. And all the opportunities that they have are being threatened. If you are a graduate, you are looking for a job, you can only get many jobs, and you will see some people in America with their high school diploma, they will be your boss in the office. But the way that the metropolitan areas or the cosmopolitan areas of America, the way they are changing is a big threat. Now, in a state like California, a state like New York, you go to Chicago, you go to North Carolina, all those states are turning black. When I say black, it's becoming so in such places, it's getting more difficult for white people to win elections. So when they cannot win elections, like, okay, this is what taking over this country for more. So anybody who will make them to at least delay that thing from happening, they will support. And that is the issue. And that's what they are playing to that. Okay, these people are taking over. And you can see it happening. If you go all these areas, if you go to Dallas, if you go to Houston, you go to all those big cities, you can hardly find it possible for GOP, that's the Republican Party, winning elections. So they always win the hinterland, the red America. That's why they win. So, but in the main, in the East Coast, West Coast, all these areas are becoming purple. When you say purple state, those are swing states that sometimes go Republican and sometimes they go. So all those things have become a threat for them, and they are looking for a shrine. Who can we surround? Who can we worship? And the apparent shrine for now is Donald Trump. So he is the trumpet that is blowing it, and they are supporting him. And those who do not know, like this election was a surprise to many. He won the blacks, he won the Hispanics, he won even California. I would not believe that he will have majority votes in California. He won California, and he closed all the gaps. He won all the purple states. He won handily. I mean, it's not that.
So what do you think is going on there? As people are complaining around the world, across the party divide, he won in those places, and this is stupendous. This is strange. This is surprising, I imagine.
Yes, but you see, election is about messaging. No matter what you do for people, the economy of the U.S. is the strongest ever, and in the world currently, the economy has really done well using all indices. But when you are talking to people, you have to let them know what you are doing, what you have done, and what you are going to do. What Democrats could not do was that they could not communicate with the people. And they believe that the middle class, like the educated elites, were the people that believe that will know what is GDP, that will know what is interest rate, that will know what is cryptocurrency. Those people that are going to vote did not understand that. And Donald Trump was saying, oh, egg was selling for this. And he forgot that by the time he was leaving the last time, the US lost about 10 million jobs. And everybody has forgotten. But you know, he knows how to play to the sentiment. The last time during COVID era, and government was giving some relief to people, and they were giving checks. On those checks, it was his signature. You will see. You will see Donald Trump. He will sign his signature on the check. So most people believe that Donald Trump gave us money when there was during COVID, and Biden had not given them any money. And again, he knows how to play all those games. So he will do that. He will speak to what they want to have from him. He doesn't mind. All he wanted was to get to power, and he got to power now. And what he promises people is going to do. And I'm saying it. What Donald Trump is doing is what America wanted. So it's a numbers game. So if you do, in fact, I'm surprised that even the black male, the Hispanics, there was nothing that Democrats did not use to encourage them, to persuade them. They voted for him, the blacks. So he won the blacks, he won the children, he won all those demographics. So what can you say? That is what America wanted.
Okay, when you say America got what it wanted through its election, you know, there's a groundswell of opposition to many of his ideas. I think the most notable ones about this whole situation, for example, the matter of even if you were in America, even if you were documented, your children don't necessarily become citizens. I'm introducing kind of new ideas that are not part of the conversation. And when you say America got what it wanted, there's so many people, and you've itemized, you know, some of those people who are just waiting for him because America is still a democracy and we still have the courts there as a system. How would you explain this is what America wanted and the groundswell of opinion that we're getting that he's not going to get away with it? I mean, Guantanamo Bay, for goodness sake, 30,000 illegal immigrants have been set for, you know, to be accommodated there. So these kind of things going on in peace times. How would you then explain that America got what it wanted, yet America is rallying now as much as they can against President Trump?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same thing that in Nigeria. I mean, Nigeria got what it wanted, and what we have there now is Make America Great Again. America knew Donald Trump. So it's not that he's a stranger. They didn't know him. They knew him. He had 34 felony. He was convicted. He caused January 6 riots. He was owing about 300-something million as a penalty or whatever on different cases, different suits. But America saw all those and still voted for him. No, I mean, nobody will tell me the election was rigged. They voted for him because when I discuss with people, you will see that, no, we are going to vote for him. Some of them, single issue. Some will say, oh, we are in church, we are praying that how can there be gay? Okay, there's no gay now, but the prices of food has increased. They have withdrawn the aid that they give to your kids. So how does is the gay man living in your house? What's your business with gay? What's your business with abortion? Are you a woman? What's your business? But people do not care. They just wanted that change. And Biden, Obama, all these people are steady hands. You could see there was an election, not even a single court case. Democrat didn't go to court.
That's right.
When President Trump lost, there were 60 court cases, different ones in different directions. And all those cases he lost. After losing, which in America, once you've lost in court at the Supreme Court level, that's the end. He now said, okay, gentlemen, gather on January 6th, let's go to the Capitol. He went to Capitol, they did the riot, everything went on. He came back, and what did he do? He pardoned all
of those people.
So what has happened in America now is that, well, if you commit crime on my behalf, don't worry, I'll pardon you. And what will happen, what Biden did when he was leaving was, those people he knew that there was going to be retribution against, he pardoned all of them, including the children and family.
Yes.
Then
I'll tell you what. Sorry, Mr. Ojukutu. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. And when we do come back, we'll continue this conversation and also take your calls from home. Stay with us, please.
I appreciate that.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
Okay, welcome back, and we're having this conversation with Mr. Femi Ojukutu, who is of the Because of Our Tomorrow political party, Boot Party, in Nigeria here. We're looking at President Trump's first 10 days in office and his impressions on it. We'd also like to hear from you at home. In fact, I know you're bursting, as it were, at the seams. We're willing to, contribute. We finished off, Mr. Ojukutu, on the matter of, America is such a place where, people think of America as the democracy capital of the world, and that they taught the world about democracy. Don't go back to its ancient beginnings. But America has been a faithful and ardent practitioner of democracy. But then, once the thing is done within the laws, it stays in America. So suddenly, Biden was leaving. He pardoned a lot of people that he suspected might be in trouble with Trump when he comes on board. He didn't scatter and go to the Supreme Court and stay for ages on end there. But the American way is that he will accept, and he did accept. And so what has happened has happened. Biden, granted pardons. What kind of pardons were those? But they were the pardons, that. And then Trump has come in as well, and he's probably going, in fact, he has already pardoned those who caused trouble, who resorted to violence at the Capitol. And none of these things are ordinary. In fact, they are strange to most people, but they were done within the law. So we have President Trump pardoning people for their criminal acts, and even Biden, that is thought of differently, he also engaged in the same thing, including pardoning his own family. But Mr. George has come on the line. Let's take this caller, and then I'll come back to you. Good morning, Mr. George.
Good morning, Uncle Yori.
Thank you for calling in.
Good morning to Mr. Ojikutu.
Yes.
Uncle Yori, what is happening in America can be likened to gullibility. Gullibility in the sense that the people that voted for this man knew all these things like Mr. Ojikutu has enumerated. They knew him as a convicted criminal. They knew him as an immigrant himself. His grandfather is an immigrant, immigrated to America. His wife is an immigrant. An average American is an immigrant. What he is doing is akin to, all right, all other countries. I want your citizens out of my country, but I want your goods. We want to consume whatever you produce. But your persons must never visit our land. That is not practicable in the modern world. If you cannot accept me as a person, you want to accept what is produced in my country. Is that not absolute racism? And that is what this man is practicing. He told them all these things that he's doing. Like the speaker said, they were gullible. None of them could think deep that this is not good for our system. This is not good for our people. Yet you went ahead and voted for this man. You know his records. You know what he has done before. And he's telling you that when he comes, this is what he's going to do. One of the things he said was that Americans will not vote again, that is the last time they will vote. He was telling them he's coming as a dictator and that he will not need elections again to remain in power. And Mr. Ojikutu will testify that in the U.S. right now, he's already promoting that idea that he wants to remain a dictator for life, just like Putin is doing in Russia. These people knew about it.
Yeah, but America has the Constitution that all must subject itself to.
He wants to set aside the Constitution. He is a dictator. Doesn't Russia have Constitution? But see what Putin is doing with it.
Okay.
But he wants to do a similar thing in America. What I want to tell our government in Nigeria, because Mr. Ojikutu said something very key, that people in America played into the sentiments that the opposition, that Donald Trump were selling, and that the Democrats failed to show what they were doing. The same thing is happening in Nigeria. I stay here. I go to places because I don't want people to know my identity, because I want to get facts. I go into places and get facts. This government we have is not telling people exactly what they are doing. The president only gets to be understood when he speaks directly to the people. He has no spokespersons. A lot is being done that people do not know. And if he's not careful, the same thing can happen when he's seeking a re-election. So I agree with Mr. Ojikutu 100% about what he's saying, because that is the simple truth.
Okay.
We should try to be our neighbor's keeper. There is no country that is 100% self-sufficient and say, I don't need anything from another country. That is the picture Donald Trump is painting. And the gullibility of Americans is helping him to succeed in promoting it. That's why Yahoo boys used to succeed with them and dupe them and succeed. They tell them all sort of sweet things. They buy into it. When they lose their money, they start calling Nigerians or Yahoo boys. Intelligent people will dupe you with this kind of your gullibility. Excuse me.
All right, then. Well, thank you very much, Mr. George, for calling in. In fact, a lot of people feel the way Mr. George does feel. But let us return to the matter about Trump. President Trump is covered by the law at this moment, even involving the military in what shouldn't be. So it does look that the system will bend over for democracy, even as you can put side by side with that the charge of gullibility that Mr. George has leveled, that Americans are gullible. You asked for it, you got it. Why are you now complaining?
Yes. And why, you see, most times when we act, we we act on impulse. You know, if you're hungry now, all you want is food. It's after you've eaten, you discover that, oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Okay, so when you are hungry, the next thing you want is just food. It's after you have eaten, you now discover that, where am I? I'm in jail. Because the first thing is, so what Americans have done is, based on what was going on and based on the kind of things they were doing, and based on the strategy, the campaign strategy of Democrats, there was no way, because most of us believe that never again will Trump win an election in that country. But you see, there are some things that were not properly done. This man caused the riot of January 6. The Democrats were in government. For 2 years, they were just doing investigation in the House, in the Senate, and even Adjoria was sitting down there. He was sitting on his hands for 2 years. So after 2 years, when elections were just 2 years away, he started going to court. And Donald Trump knows everything, all the maneuverings in the court system. All he needed to do was to delay, and he started saying that it was because of election, and he started raising funds, and he built up the sentiment to say that because of this. And again, there are some low-hanging fruits that Democrats could have dealt with. One of such was this immigration issue. Even if you, as a resident, even if you're an illegal immigrant, people will call. If you went to New York, even New York Mayor Eric Adams, he came out to say that he had over 100,000 immigrants in New York, and you see them on the street. And you know what? When they come like that, government will house them. They will give them shelter. They will give them money. They will go and buy. They will go and do shopping. Immigrants, but you are there in the US, you are working there at night, you cannot even do any shopping. So people were really annoyed with Democrats, and they just kept it like that, doing it, moving people from state to state. There was no way. People were so tired of that. And Donald Trump was saying, look, you know that Trump plays everything up. Even he said it during his inauguration, he said the crime rate in Venezuela has gone down by 78% because they have exported all their criminals to the US. Where did he get the statistics? He said all the jails all over the world, they've released all their criminals that are in the US now. You know, and as soon as they killed anybody, what they wanted to know is if that person that killed somebody was an immigrant, if he was, they would put it out of proportion.
That's apart from accusing either immigrants or potential immigrants of being cat eaters. Mazi Okoroafo, good morning to you, sir. Thank you for holding on.
Honest speaking, I congratulate our brother Trump. What he's doing there is a very nice thing for the whole world.
How do you mean?
Yeah, let me give my reason. You see, people will stay in their own country. Instead of them to stay there and put their input to be in their own country, they will decide to do what? To vamoose and go to the remote place. When you go to the remote place, that is why we have a government. You are in the government. You are not in the government. Instead of to sit there in your country and be part and parcel of the development of your country, you be going to remain fake. That is it. Honestly, Trump has done a very bold thing in the whole world. Now look at Brazil. Over 500,000 people going. Now look at 500,000. No, is it not more than a country or more than a state? Where was you leave your country? Where was you vamoose? Now look at how people are Japan. What does it take us as a Nigerian to put this in order? Now, you leave your own country and going there to invest in another country. Why not sit there and invest all those to defend? Do you know, Sayuri, let Nigerians listen very well. If all the investment Nigerians have invested in other countries, they have done it like that. So something like unemployment. So we go outside Nigeria, carry Nigerian money, support Nigerian money, corrupted traders, and go to other country and invest. Does it make sense?
All right.
All this criminality everywhere.
Okay. So because of that, you identify.
Trump has done the very nice thing for the whole world. Trump, continue your job. The God bless you. Keep the good morning, Sayuri.
Thank you very much, Mazi Okoroafo. A very angry Mazi Okoroafo there. Please continue, Mr. Ojigutu.
Mr. Yori, quickly, I would have loved to know where Mr. Okoroafo was calling from.
He was calling from Arochukwu.
In his village. If he left his village to go anywhere else, then he doesn't know what he's saying. Because why did you leave your village to come to Arochukwu if you know that you are supposed to stay in your village?
No, Arochukwu is his base. He's his place.
His base, but is that his village? I ask him, is that his village? He should stay in the village. In fact, he should not even go out of his house, because if he goes out of his house, why didn't he stay in his house? So you see, some people are very myopic, and people need exposure. You know, so all the Igbo people in Lagos or wherever from Arochukwu that are in Lagos, what are they looking for in Lagos? Why can't they say in Onitsha? What are they doing there? Because he is trying to justify, but they are the ones that are going there. They say, why didn't he advocate that all Igbo should come back home? But they will be saying that, so it depends. I'm saying, look, therefore, of exposure matter. People just sit down and talk.
I was wondering if that, sorry, sir, I was wondering if part of what you said wouldn't be in a different kind of a conversation that you have sort of imported into this one. Because this is a situation here where there's a clear case of it is what it is. You're working against people simply because of where they come from. I don't know that we necessarily have that kind of a situation here.
Yes, I mean, Donald Trump, I don't think is working against anybody. It can just happen to you because of your situation. If you're a legal migrant, I mean, a migrant there, I mean, yeah, some things might affect you, but it's affecting you not because, I mean, there are African Americans there that are black. It's not telling them to go anywhere anyway. It's just putting his policies in place. So if you have to be in the mix of whatever he's doing, but for me, he's doing what he's supposed to do because that was what Americans voted for.
Okay.
And we next 4 years.
At least to that extent, you and Mazi Okorov are on the same page, you know, at least to that extent, this last sentence you just made. But there's somebody else, there's someone on the line. Help me with who? Alhaji Subaya. Good morning, Alhaji Subaya.
Good morning, Yori.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Yori. Happy New Year at the same time.
Good morning. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thank you. Right. See, we need to say the facts. We need to say the fact about the step being taken by President Trump. President Trump does not hide his feelings right from the time of campaign. We all understand. He said it, and he's now taking action on what he said. But by and large, with that step he's taking, with that action he's taking, there's positive aspect of it and there's negative aspect of it. The positive aspect of it is this. He's sending a message to our leaders. He doesn't hide it. He's sending a message to our leaders that they should, take care of their country and they should take care of their people. And he condemned the action of our leaders. He was funding our resources to their country. You understand? He said it. He make it open. You see? And this is somebody that is condemning all the bad activities of our leaders. And look, charity begins at home. If our country is okay, you understand, nobody will be migrating to abroad. The people that migrated to abroad, are they finding it easy? They are not finding it easy. Look at the weather. Look at the way they're working. You understand? So that's why I said there's a positive aspect of it. You understand? But the negative aspect of it is it. Nobody is an island. Look at the United Kingdom. You understand? United Kingdom, UK is so diplomatic with the immigrants because they know the advantage of the immigrants in the United Kingdom. You understand? But this guy, he hit the bull by the horn. But if other people can just do it, people both, because like I said, nobody's an island. If all other countries can do it, you can forget about the American people. Let the Americans see if they can handle their country alone. That is why I said that is the negative aspect of it. But the important line is that our leaders should learn lesson from that. Let's reorganize our house. They go to abroad. Mr. You remember, those are seniors. If you go to overseas those things, they quickly come back home because Nigeria is applicable for everybody. You go there and read and come back, go to exercise the knowledge you have. But nowadays, because our country is not habitable, that is why you find everybody, go to abroad. That's
Indeed.
My point.
Thank you very much, Subaya, for calling in. Appreciate your call. Interesting points were made there by Subaya because I was thinking that, look, wait a minute. Look at what he just said. Back in the day when our parents would travel to, either the UK or the US. If it were US, I'm remembering Nnamdi Azikiwe, for example. If it is UK, virtually all of the legal profession, the doyens of the field, they would come back very, very quickly. But that arguably is because there was so much promise, so much hope back then that the place to be is back home. Let's go back home and help make our country great. So that's another form of MAGA that our parents, I think, really believed in. But then things changed around. And that goes back to what both Subaya and Mazi Okorafor were talking about, that there's a lesson in this for our leaders. And you are part of the system too. Boot is a political party. You contested for the election. You want to be in charge of the country. So maybe you can speak to this whole matter about the promise that the people that Subaya just referred to, that would go to wherever, finish with their studies, be back home quickly within 3, 4, 5 years, in most instances, it's not like that anymore.
Yes, I mean, what Mr. Subaru said is 100% accurate. You know, those days, people, even then, those days, if you got admission to study in the US, we used to believe that people that did not do very well in their school SAT were the ones going to the US. It was UK. No?
That's right. Indeed. Impressions change. Yes, you're right. You're very, very right.
Yes, it used to be UK. Then the day you graduate, the following day you are back in Nigeria and you are getting a job in the ministry. They are giving you a loan to buy a 504 or Volkswagen. They are giving even in schools, secondary schools, all our teachers used to have quarters where they were living.
So, but so it means we, as a people, we dropped the ball on our people. Yes, we dropped the ball.
We did, and that's why now people. I mean, those days, those that were traveling were going on government scholarship. Remember that?
That's right.
So they felt the obligation to come back, but now you have to sell your house, or dad has to sell his house or sell his farm or whatever for you to travel. And how do you pay back if you come back and there is no job for you? So what we are saying, in effect, is that in America, what they are trying to do, one cannot blame them. It's their country. If you are a citizen, go vote. Whatever the outcome is what
you have to accept.
Yeah, we have ourselves to blame, but our own policy is a different ball game entirely. And if we bring that into this space, it will change the conversation entirely. Because in America, the voting system is quite transparent to a very large extent. So the issue of the rig election, I mean, I'm part of it, and I know that it's very difficult to rig election. So even if they say the rig election, that are irregularities.
You know, we've run out of time, Mr. Ojukutu, but I still need to appreciate you for making time available for us this morning. I think the bottom line is that, well, America asked for it, and America enabled it, and America got it. Yes. We now have to sort of meander within that space. And many people are saying that this won't go on forever. Even Americans are saying that this won't go on forever. And I want to thank you very much, Mr. Ojukutu, for coming on the program this morning. Really appreciate you. Okay, so that's our program. Do please join us tomorrow for a fresh edition. I am Iyori Folarin. Bye-bye for now.
Good. We can build a new friendship.
Cheers to a fabulous year.
I am sweet, but don't try me still.
How can Lagos disgrace me?
I avoiding one person.
She does owe me an apology.
Have you ever Googled? No, I didn't Google it. Like I said, girl, I read. You should read often.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. At ShopX TV, our customers are the heart of everything we do. As a special thank you for your continued support, we are offering our customers 10% off on selected products from now till November 15th. That's right, shop now and save big on some of your favorite items while stock lasts. Don't miss out on this opportunity to grab amazing products at unbelievable prices. First is our amazing 4-in-1 CookX blender. It's a food processor, a grinder, a blender, and a juicer all in one. The CookX 4-in-1 blender comes with 3 versatile cup sizes, each crafted to handle special tasks perfectly. Imagine effortlessly whipping up smoothies that are truly smooth, pounded yam and soups that are flawlessly pounded and blended. You would normally pay 189,950 naira for the Cookex 4-in-1 blender, but call the number on your screen right now or scan the QR code and get it for just 170,995 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the Cookex 4-in-1 blender in 2 easy payments of 85,498 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing cooking solution. And we are not done yet. ShopX TV is proud to introduce the ShopX Ultimate Crunch Exercise Machine. The 6-in-1 machine is designed to take your fitness to the next level. No need to worry about expensive gym fees. You can now work out from the comfort of your home and achieve results. With Ultimate Crunch cutting-edge technology, you can transform your body. Its enhanced features deliver a full body workout that's efficient, effective, and enjoyable. The secret is its advanced design that combines multiple exercise models into one unit. The versatile machine features adjustable resistance levels, an ergonomic design, and a built-in digital tracking system that displays speed, time, distance, and calories burned. From sculpting your abs to toning your legs, upper body, and strengthening your core, you would normally pay up to 449,950 naira for the ShopX Ultimate Crunch. But for a limited time only, call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the ShopX Ultimate Crunch at 404,955 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the ShopX Ultimate Total Crunch in 2 easy payments of 202,478 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing fitness solution. But hurry, limited stocks available. So call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything.
If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Approved. This is the 3rd kidnapping-related case being brought against Evans by the state government. And to other stories, there is a growing threat to democracy as a system of government in Africa, and this is according to submissions made at the end of a national conference on strengthening democracy in Nigeria. Now, the conference had in attendance 7 and former members of the executive, the legislature and judiciary, as well as members of the organized private sector, with representatives from civil society organizations, the media, academics, and other stakeholders. A senior reporter Habida Lawal reports.
Over the past 25 years, Nigeria has maintained an uninterrupted democratic governance, holding 7 general elections. However, at this national conference, participants insist this has not translated into the deepening of democratic values or institutions. They say systemic issues such as electoral malpractice, political party inefficiencies, weak governance structures, and endemic corruption have eroded public trust in the democratic process.
Political parties should adopt innovative strategies for raising funds to support their operations, ensuring financial independence and sustainability to minimize state
and engagement with youths.
believe that his release will, one, end the insecurity that has bedveiled the Southeast region, foster genuine reconciliation, and reduce tension within the Southeast region. B, create a conducive environment for constructive dialogue and engagement with some youths from the Southeast who took up arms against the state. 3, strengthen trust between the government and the people of the Southeast, paving the way for sustainable peace and security. The release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would not only symbolize a commitment to unity, but also act as a catalyst for the collective effort towards national harmony and stability.
This is something that has been long expected by the people of the region, and it is a good thing that under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we now have a Southeast
significantly been affected by years of conflict. Senior reporter Jesse Tafida has details.
An early morning inspection exercise. Management team of the Northeast Development Commission, led by its managing director, Mohammed Al-Khali. The team visited several key sites, including newly built and upgraded DSS offices and houses, healthcare facilities, and dental clinics. The team was pleased to report significant progress in construction, with several buildings nearing completion and ready to accommodate those in need.
Well, you can see that place is a complex, and it's one of its kind, I'm sure, in the Northeast. And a last count, without factoring inflation, we expended almost about $500 million there, just for the upgrade of the store to Palmer Grade. We have to work as a team. We are all commissioned, working towards the same purpose. And the North Development Commission in North is to see that all our sister agencies perform well. And if there is any need for us to intervene to make them do their job properly.
The team also inspected some of its procured heavy-duty excavators worth 1.4 billion naira to drain collapsed Alo Dam and other silted rivers in Borno State. This, according to the MD, will prevent future floods.
Very happy that most of the projects are almost completed. You have seen them, and the quality, we are impressed. So the next thing is to see how quickly we are going to hand over to the beneficiaries so that they can benefit from it as planned. We are looking at how we are going to possibly replicate those a similar type of center across Northeast as far as possible. So you can see the layout is very nice. The buildings are well equipped and so on and so forth. And I think we need more of this across Northeast.
500 million naira was also released to upgrade the central pharmaceutical stores to a world-class standard in the Northeast region of the country. The team urged contractors and stakeholders to adhere to timeliness and quality standards to ensure the projects are delivered effectively. Jesse Tafida, TVC News, Maiduguri.
The federal government has announced the partial closure of the Edo Bridge from Sunday, February the 3rd, to allow the Ministry of Works carry out comprehensive repairs of 3 defective spans of the bridge for 6 months. Edo Bridge links Carter Bridge with Ijora area of Lagos State. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos State, Lukorode Kesa, says the ministry will also install height barriers on the bridge to reduce traffic to about 60%. Now, during the repairs, heavy-duty vehicles will not be allowed to use the bridge and have been advised to use alternate routes.
We discovered that some of the spans there are defective. So we're planning to repair them, and before we can do that, we need to block to heavy traffic so that we can allow only light one, so that the bridge will still be safe for us. Areas will limit heavy vehicular movement, like those articulated trucks will no longer be able to ply this bridge. We intend to increase the headroom of this bridge. The headroom of this bridge, we intend to increase it. It means that we will dig lower so that the trucks, the articulated trucks, can go freely without affecting the slab. They are the major cause why the slab got spoiled in the first instance. And because the headroom is low and they try to force themselves in, and the process, it creates the spoiling of the concrete, the reinforcement is exposed, then moisture attacks it, and then it falls off. So the concrete is bare without reinforcement.
You're watching TVC News at 12. We'll take a break now and return with more stories in a moment. Stay with us.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrency.
Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen?
The news. First with breaking news.
And thanks for staying with us on TVC News at 12. Let's now bring you a bit of security. Major General Oluyemi Olatoye has taken over as the 39th General Officer commanding 82 Division of the Nigerian Army and Force Commander, Joint Task Force Southeast, codenamed Operation Udoka. The handover ceremony took place at the division headquarters, Enugu, and was witnessed by battalion regimental heads under the division. Senior reporter Bamidele Ajayi has more.
Another round of military deployment across divisions, battalion, regiment, and command. It is a change of guard at the 82 Division of Nigerian Army and build on the successes of his predecessor. He charged officers, troops to brace up, redouble their efforts, and surpass all known operational successes.
Sir, I want to say here that you have done so well. My job is just to continue from where you have stopped. I want to tell you that we are going to maintain the standard and, of course, even take it higher than the way you have left it. Our job is simply to secure the borders of this country from external aggression, especially from the eastern flank. And of course, provide support to civil authorities in ensuring a peaceful environment for socio-economic development in the southeast region and of course, Cross River State.
The outgoing GOC could not hold back his charge to the troops as he is deployed to the Nigeria Army Heritage and Future Center.
I want to thank the Chief of Army Staff, our very amiable Lieutenant General Oluyede. It's only me that is stepping aside. The vision is still remaining. And I have no doubts that you guys are more than capable to continue on the trajectory that I will be leaving behind.
Available data posted that people of the Southeast region recorded massive homecoming in 2024 Yuletide, attributed to the performance of the military, supported by other security agencies to ensure Southeast is safe for business and living. Bamidele Ajayi, TVC News, Enugu.
Well, we're going to interrupt our lineup of news now as we cross over to Ajaokuta, Kogi State, to bring you the live coverage of the groundbreaking ceremony of 4 mini LNG plants by the NNPC. Now, viewers on DSTV will watch the groundbreaking ceremony, while those on YouTube and all social media platforms, as well as Sky, will continue with the news.
To prosperity, catalyzing Nigeria's economic growth. My name is Gloria Titilayo Okpara, and I am from the NNPC Limited, and I am so honored to be the moderator of today's event. NNPC Limited and its partners prioritize safety at all times. Your safety is our priority. On that note, I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Godwin Thompson for the safety brief. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, the Honorable Minister of State of Gas, my employer, the GCO, and the top management staff here, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Dr. Godwin Thompson. I'm with the NNPC HSC Department. I provide services, support services to NTL as well as NGPIS. As was mentioned in NNPC, safety is of our core is the live wire of our business. So in any event, we decide to start it with safety. So permit me to present you with few safety tips that can aid your evacuation. We are sitting on a collapsible structure. But however, we have provided sound systems and protocols to aid our evacuation. For example, if there is need to evacuate this particular structure, please file quietly to the exit doors. The first exit doors is for the VIPs. The second one is for others. At the back there, there's an emergency exit. On the left, there's an exit as well. So please file quietly out to the muster point. The muster point is situated at the gate, close to the gate. When you arrive there, safety wardens that will take care of the name. Men that could aid rescue. So if there is need to evacuate, there will be a continuous ringing alarm. Quietly move out. Do not rush to avoid stampede. We also have a medical team beside to take care of emergency regarding medical. So if you have first aid, or maybe you need help medically, you can meet them at the back there. Thank you very much and welcome to this great event. And God bless.
Thank you very much for the safety tip, and I hope that we all adhere to all safety rules. Quickly moving on to the next item on the agenda is the introduction of the dignitaries. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished guests here present. In the event we are not able to mention everyone's name, please kindly bear with us because of our time constraints. I acknowledge the presence of the State, His Excellency Ahmed Usman Dodo. A round of applause for him, please. The Chairman, the Senate Committee on Gas, distinguished Senator Jarigbe Agom Jarigbe. You're welcome, sir. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Local Content, Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduagan, and her beloved husband. You're welcome, sir. Chief Uduagan. Thank you very much. Then we have the Chairman, House of Reps, Committee on Gas, Honorable Nicholas Mutu. You're welcome, sir. Can we please put our hands together? We also like to recognize the presence of the Chairman, House of Representatives from the Ajaokuta constituency, Honorable Sani Abdurrahim Egidi. You're welcome, sir. the Honorable Minister of Steel, Honorable Prince Shuaibu Abubakar Audu. You're welcome, sir. I'd also like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Gas. He is our chief host. Right Honorable Ekperikpe Ekpo. You're welcome, sir. The Chairman, NNPC Board, Chief Pius Akinyelure. You're welcome, sir. The GCEO, NNPC Limited, Mr. Mele Kolo Kiari. You're very much welcome. The Authority Chief Executive Officer, Engineer Farouk Ahmed. You're most welcome, sir. The Executive Secretary, NCDMB, Mr. Felix Ogbe. You're welcome, sir. The Program Director, Chief Executive, Presidential CNG Initiative, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi. You're very much welcome, sir. The NNPC Executive Vice President, you are most welcome. The President, Pengasin and TUC, Mr. Festus Osifo. The President, Nupeng Williams Aporerha. You're welcome. All NNPC Limited senior management and staff here present. The Ohi of Egai and Chairman Ajaukuta Traditional Council, His Royal Highness Alaji Musa Achuja. You're welcome. So at this point I can say, Wao, Yase, Wadai. Rulers here present, you are welcome. Members of the press, members of our security agencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome. As I said earlier, if we have missed your name by any means, please know that you're very important to us and we appreciate you being here with us. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for all of us, please. Swiftly moving to the next on our agenda, we will be having the welcome address by the MD, NNPC Trading Limited, Mrs. Uzoma Emelife. Mrs. Uzoma, a round of applause for her, please. Let's keep clapping until she comes up.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Ahmed Ododo. Please permit me to ride on the already established protocol. Today marks a significant milestone in NNPC's journey of gas commercialization and alignment with the decade of gas objectives of transforming Nigeria into a gas-powered economy. The groundbreaking event for the NNPC Prime LNG plant, which we celebrate today, is not just another ceremony of sort, but the establishment of a production system for LNG, LPG, CNG, and condensate, which will ensure in-country gas supplies, particularly to the areas without gas infrastructure, using virtual means of transportation. It is therefore with deep sense of joy and fulfillment that I welcome everyone to this auspicious occasion of the groundbreaking of NNPC Prime LNG plant, a transformative step that will position NNPC Limited as energy company of choice. A brief about NNPC Prime LNG Limited and the objectives of this entity. NNPC Prime LNG is a JV company between NNPC LNG Limited, an arm of NNPC Trading, as well as Silver Peak Limited. These two companies share the holding, the equity of 90% to NNPC LNG Limited and 10% to Silver Peak Limited. NNPC Prime LNG project is a greenfield gas initiative aimed at deepening domestic gas utilization and decade of gas objectives. Above all, the project will align with the federal government policy on the use of gas as energy transition fuel. The NNPC Prime LNG plant has a liquefaction capacity of 421 metric tons per day and will sit on 33 hectares land here in Ajaokuta. On completion of this laudable project, the plant will produce LNG, LPG, condensate, and CNG. Key benefits of Prime LNG plant. With the abundant gas resources in Nigeria, the benefits of the small-scale Prime LNG plant abound. Prime will ensure domestic gas utilization and delivery using special trucks. These trucks will enable gas delivery to several parts of the country where there is no gas infrastructure. It will facilitate alignment with the federal government initiatives of gas flare down and achieve net zero goal. As a result, there will be cheaper, cleaner, and sustainable energy to Nigerians. No doubt these benefits and more demonstrate the essence of the theme of the day, from gas to prosperity, catalyzing Nigeria's economic growth. Milestones recorded by the Prime LNG Limited so far. NNPC Prime LNG has already recorded key milestones, which include acquisition of 33 hectares of land that will house the plant. It's acquired necessary regulatory licenses and permits, including the license to establish, which was issued by NMDPRA in December 2024. The first set of the equipment has been shipped to Nigeria already and is being cleared at Oneport as we speak. Any moment from now, the equipment will be delivered to Ajaokuta and installed, preparatory to production. Prime has also secured gas feedstock at a feedstock of 30 million scf per day from MEPL through the Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria. Potential gas off-takers have also been identified with preliminary discussions ongoing for their engagement. Likewise, gas transportation arrangement is already on course. Indeed, we can safely say that Prime LNG Limited is ready to hit the ground running, and this event can also be safely said to be a flag-off for phase 1 of the project, as subsequent expansions of this Prime LNG project are imminent on the vast 33-hectare property. Employment opportunities. This project will no doubt provide huge employment opportunities for the teeming youth, thereby supporting the economic growth and development of Kogi State and Nigeria in general. Permit me at this juncture to recognize all the stakeholders and collaborators for their support, time, and commitment towards this noble cause. In particular, the chief host of this event, the Executive Governor of Kogi State. His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo. Thank you, Your Excellency. Special thanks also go to the executive sponsor of this project, the personality whose visionary leadership conceived this laudable idea, no other than the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Mr. Mele Kolokiari. Thank you, sir, for all you do. We appreciate especially, too, the Executive Vice President, Gas, Power, and New Energy of NNPC Limited, Mr. Leko Ogunleye. Mr. Ogunleye is the coordinator of this project from the onset and has left no stone unturned in ensuring this project becomes a reality. Thank you, EVP. The immense contributions of the EVP downstream, as well as other senior management team of NNPC Limited, cannot be overemphasized. The project management consultant, NGPIS, and the entire project management team, who spared nothing to ensure the success of this project, is recognized. A special thanks also go to our JV partner, Silver Peaks Limited. Silver Peaks is being led by Mr. Roy, the Managing Director of Silver Peaks Limited. Thank you very much, Mr. Roy, for your trust and faith in this project. Management of NMDP Array, led by Engineer Farouk Ahmed. They spared nothing by ensuring prompt issuance of enabling licenses and permits that have seen us to where we are today. Thank you so much. I will not conclude this speech without commending the host communities for their support, collaboration, and peaceful coexistence. As the Managing Director of NNPC Trading, I assure our host communities that the economic development anticipated from this project will have a first-hand impact on the host communities. Thank you, everyone, and God bless you.
Another round of applause for Mrs. Emelife. Thank you, Ma. She has told us the benefits of gas in Nigeria, deepening domestic gas utilization, and NNPC Limited is fully committed to ensuring a sustainable gas-powered future. Another round of applause, please. Next up, we have the remarks from the Program Director, Chief Executive, Presidential CNG Initiative, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi. You're welcome, sir. Another round of applause as he comes up stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Your Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo, permit me to stand on existing protocol. Indeed, we are all here this afternoon based on the vision of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to transform the landscape of economic development for Nigeria. There's no doubt in my mind that the President's vision, driven by his desire to see all of Nigeria develop, has been sine qua non to the journey we've made in the last 18 months under his leadership, led by his team, driven by our amiable Honorable Minister of Petroleum Gas, Right Honorable Ekperikwe Ekpo, working in concert with members of the legislature, as well as the chief executives and principal officers of the NNPC Limited, and of course, our Baba, the board chairman, and all the principal agencies, including the regulator, to see that gas becomes the bedrock of Nigeria's economic development. I believe this deserves a round of applause. I want to use this opportunity to highlight the role of this particular facility we are in today in democratizing access to gas across Nigeria, along the lines of Mr. President's vision. There's no doubt in my mind that by making sure that Kogi State becomes a hub of critical transformation of gas to the rest of Nigeria, being strategically located at the heart of Nigeria and bordering 10 states, positions this state effectively to facilitate effective and efficient distribution of gas, especially to the northeast, to the northwest, and the north central regions of Nigeria, in line with Mr. President's vision. This groundbreaking LNG hub, led by NNPC Limited and partners, will undoubtedly catalyze all of this potential. I want to use this opportunity to commend the GCO, who has effectively ensured close coordination with all gas partners, including ourselves at the Presidential CNG Initiative. Because of his tenacity, because of his determination, and because of the focus and effective delivery and execution of himself and his team. Special mention, of course, here to my Egbon, Mr. Lekan Ogunleye, for driving all of this vision with him to make it a reality. At the Presidential CNG Initiative, since our establishment in October 2023, we have championed the effective and efficient transition of Nigeria's transportation system to the utilization of compressed natural gas alongside other alternative fuels, including EVs, as a cheaper, efficient, and environmentally friendly alternative to petrol and diesel. Our goal that the President has set for us is to ensure that we have 1 million vehicles running on compressed natural gas by 2027. And already we've made significant progress towards achieving this objective. In just 1 year, we were able to elevate Nigeria's conversion capacity by over 2,500%, raising the number of conversion centers in Nigeria from 2023 level of just 7 centers to over 193 as at our last count on December 31, 2024. In addition to this, we've seen an increment in the investments as evidenced by NMDPRA data in retail outlets dispensing CNG, as well as mother station investments ensuring the production of compressed natural gas. In that year, we attracted a combined investment of both public and private sector players of over $470 million, and we expect that this level will double in year 2025 as we seek to achieve at least a minimum of 500 conversion centers and over 150 CNG retail outlets by the end of this year. We recognize the challenges of gas access in the Northeast and the Northwest, and we believe mini LNG plants like these ones that we are launching today will play a critical role in bridging this gap. While we await the completion, of course, of the Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline, which will essentially transform the landscape of gas transportation and utilization domestically in Nigeria. Additionally, at the PCNGI, we are collaborating with various private sector partners, not just in Ajaokuta, but across the country, to establish the compressed natural gas parks for local manufacturing of compressed natural gas conversion kits, creating jobs, building skills, and reducing our dependence on imports. I want to use this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for his commendable leadership, especially in the aspect of regulation, ensuring the safety of all Nigerians as we make this transition. Your leadership, sir, is laying the groundwork for a sustainable energy future and solidifying Nigeria's role as a leader in CNG and LNG adoption. As we all gather here today, we all have to keep in mind that this is just but one first step in 1,000 or many, many more miles to come. The future of Nigeria is bright. I say it is blindly bright because of gas. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, for that very insightful speech. And now we're moving on to the documentary for the day. Let's take a moment to view a short documentary about this enormous project, the 5 mini LNG project that we're here for today. The media, please.
It's a brand new day. Get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is at your feet, nothing can stop you. No shaking, no fear, cause you've got energy for today, energy for tomorrow. Bigger than yesterday. You're so much better, so much stronger. It's the dawn of a new day. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, let's go. It's a brand new day. Come on, so come on, let's go. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy like the sun, oh. Energy like the sun. I say energy no dey dull, oh. Energy no dey dull, oh. Energy we're surplus, oh. We're surplus, oh. We're surplus, oh. Energy we're clean, oh. Energy for today. Energy for tomorrow. Energy for tomorrow. Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. Oh. Energy for tomorrow.
energy sufficiency. We are NNPC Limited. Energy for today, energy
For NNPC Limited, there is no backing down in its mission.
The Executive Governor, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, apologies, the audio from the video isn't coming up, but before then, while the media team is sorting that out, I'd like to call on the GCEO NNPC Limited, Mr. Mele Kolo Kiari, for his remarks. The GCEO, sir. Please keep clapping as he comes up.
Excellency, we thank you for coming. Is there any problem with this? Okay, sorry. Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, we'd like to thank you specially for actually being here before the host of this event. And this is very fundamental to us. And we deeply appreciate your determination to see that value comes to Kogi State. And we can understand that you are coming here underscores the very fact that Kogi State will benefit from this primarily. And also, the larger community of energy consumers in our country, particularly the eastern and northern part of the country, where gas delivery infrastructure is still being developed. We are doing so much to make sure that this infrastructure on ground, but we haven't gotten to the point where we'll say access is fully guaranteed on the back of the pipeline. And I'm confirming that enormous work is going on, and we'll deliver them. We don't want to give you dates. As usual, we will surprise you. But before then, we understand very clearly that gas delivery must be done in the quickest manner, particularly for locations where the backbone infrastructure don't exist today. And that is why we and our partners decided that it is appropriate and timely to start 5 mini LNG projects in one location. The reasons are very clear. This is the appropriate location. Our pipeline network has reached this location. Gas is already on our pipeline, and we can easily connect to the major infrastructure that we're building up today very, very quickly. And also, Ms. Excellency, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm to you that this is not just groundbreaking. Sometimes people have this impression that groundbreaking, you come, talk grammar, and go. My colleague, Uzoma, has said that actually equipment for this location is already on ground at the ports and being cleared for delivery to this location. So we have very clear line of sight around delivery dates for all the 5 projects, and they will all be completed on schedule and as agreed with our partners. I would like to thank our partners for believing us and seeing the vision of Mr. President. And let me emphasize this, that Mr. President was very clear. I have the privilege of engaging him personally. And he has said over and over that this is the time for the gas revolution, that we have enormous gas resources in this country, and that gas can become the clear vehicle for bringing growth and prosperity into our country. He has told me, and the chairman of the board is here, that NNPC, you have to lead this. It is your task, and that it must be done, that he does not want stories. And particularly more so, with the CNG drive that my colleague Mike has just mentioned, the auto CNG cannot succeed without access to gas. And that is why this facility is enormous mobilizer for our efforts, the government's efforts, particularly to bring cheap fuel to the Nigerian people. And that is why we are seeing this as the vehicle for bringing cheap fuel to Nigerians across the country, and more so because Mr. President promised that he's going to make available cheap fuel to Nigerians. And I would like all of us at this moment to recognize and understand that the drive for these projects in this location is coming from Mr. President. We are seeing the business side of it. Yes, we are business. We will benefit from it, but more than anything, that all of us and our 5 partners, that we believe that this is a very, very clear opportunity for fulfillment for all our companies. And that's the second motivation that we have in this place. And thirdly, the other thing I must mention is that you can't do this without clear understanding of host communities. In this location, since we started this initiative, we have seen enormous collaboration, cooperation from the communities, particularly His Excellency, Governor Ahmed. And we thank you and the community for this. And as I've mentioned earlier, you will be the first beneficiaries of this. It's already showing up, even by Mama Put, is the first step. And we'd like to thank you. And I will also, not going back to protocols now, the chairman of the board of directors of NNPC is here. Actually dragged him from a medical location to this place. And I told him that you have an obligation, that Mr. President will hold you accountable. Yes, I'm the chief executive officer, but he's the chairman of the board of directors of this company. Ultimate responsibility will rest with him. And I would like to appreciate his presence in this place. And as we do this, you can't do it without the legislature supporting you and providing the enabling environment for our business and supporting us and creating all the incentives that are required through the federal government's or Mr. President's executive orders, which must translate into legislation of the country, even in the long term. Yes, in the short term, executive orders is what is helping us today, but we also know that the legislature has supported this process to making sure that this ultimately becomes laws of our country. In this respect, I would like to particularly thank distinguished Senator Jarigbe, Honorable Mutu, who are with us here to grace this occasion. And of course, Natasha, you always say, what's the local content part of it? She has always asked me. And this whole project is local content for this location. I think you'll be happy with this. And I'd like to thank you, Natasha, distinguished Senator Natasha. And finally, I have 2 ministers here with me, ministers of the Federal Republic. Honorable Minister for Steel, also a son of the soil, and also our host in very many respects. Ajaokuta Steel Plant is very close to us. They have helped us in very many ways, including land. And not only that, we also see them as potential customers. So our eyes are on the Ajaokuta Steel bill. And finally, my minister, Right Honorable Ekperekpe, I know what he asks me every day. As late as, and I'll share this with you, yesterday evening around 5 p.m., I walked into his office. He said, Mele, okay, how far are we on this? All these gas projects, AKK, OB3. And I told him, Minister, wait, I will give you a written brief, but come and see the one that has already worked. And I want to thank you for coming here and putting all the pressures on us to make sure that we deliver on these projects. But I would like to just reaffirm that we in NNPC, and me and my colleagues, they are all here, the body of our workers, who are very challenged to deliver, not as business, yes, and because the law said that we must guarantee energy security for our country. This is the second reason we have. But thirdly, Mr. President has a clear ambition for this country and the prosperity of this country, and we understand very clearly that this will be on the backbone of the oil and gas industry, and particularly so on the back of gas development. And when he delivers, everyone here benefits and enjoys, and those who are not here. And we believe that from this facility, gas can be delivered to Maiduguri, Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, all the way around. As you can see, one of the principal partners we have, Boa, is already taking CNG or LNG from Port Harcourt into its locations in Port Harcourt, in Sokoto. So we know that this is bringing it closer, cheaper for all our partners and for all our consumers. And may I use this opportunity on behalf of all of us to thank Mr. President for putting this pressure of delivery so that in the very short term, we'll see the value that is coming to us. And of course, we can't do it without our workers. Nupeng Pengasan, who are helping us, our workers, and their leadership who are here, we'd like to thank you. And our royal fathers, this is actually, I really thought that you will thank us because it is for you, it's your community. But I would like to thank you for when you come back up later, you will thank us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the GCEO NNPC Limited, Mr. Mele Kolo Kyari. I think he deserves another round of applause. A huge one, please. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We are moving on to the next remark, and this will be given by the Authority Chief Executive and NMDPRA, Mr. Farouk Ahmed. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo, your Honorable Ministers for Steel, and Honorable Minister of State for Gas, distinguished senators and members of the House of Representatives. Your Excellency, permit me to recognize the presence of my sister and her husband, Senator Natasha Epoti, who has been fighting for the revival of industries in this Kogi state. Madam, well done, I keep on the fighting, please. It gives me great pleasure to witness the groundbreaking ceremony of these 5 mini LNG plants by NMPC and its partners for the Prime LNG, Boa LNG, NGML, Gas Nexus Mini LNG, Highland LNG, and LNG Arete plants located in Ajaokuta, Kogi State. This mini LNG plants groundbreaking ceremony is a testament to the efficacy of the various provisions of Petroleum Industry Act 2021 to unlock the potentials in the gas sector in line with directives of Mr. President, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFRs, and the guidance of the respective honorable ministers for oil, gas, and of course, the stakeholders. The NNDPRA, in line with the enablement status and mandates, has rolled out various regulations, guidelines, and operating procedures to provide regulatory clarity, level playing field, and incentivize investments in the downstream and the midstream and downstream sector of the petroleum industry. It is in fulfillment of the above highlighted statutory instruments and the supportive role of the NDPRA that we are witnessing this groundbreaking ceremony of the 5 mini LNG plants, which when completed and commissioned will make gas more readily available to many unserved areas of the country, while work on the expanded pipelines like the AKK, the OB3 are being completed for guaranteeing access to gas across the nation. Today, it is worthy of note to mention that Ajaokuta gas corridor is gradually becoming a hub for many gas infrastructure, from CNG compressions and refueling stations to many LNG plants that are springing forth due to the far-sighted government policies, initiatives, and programs like the Decade of Gas, Presidential CNG Initiative, and the Presidential Executive Orders and Directives. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, gas has been identified as a stopgap fuel for energy transition, and taking cognizance of that reality and Nigerians' commitment to a just energy transition, the government and indeed NDPRA is giving significant attention to gas utilization projects like these mini LNG and gas distribution licenses, CNG and LPG across the country. With more projects like these 5 mini LNG plants, whose groundbreaking we are witnessing today, seeing the light of the day, the laudable national aspiration of increased gas utilization, deepened and robust gas markets will soon be fully realized. This, no doubt, will have a beneficial effect on the environmental footprints of gas exploration and production activities, increase in GDP through jobs creation, enhanced tax revenues, energy diversity portfolios, and energy security. The NNDPRA, through its enhanced stakeholders engagement mechanism, will continue to partner with companies to support the various initiatives and programs of government. We will continue to deploy the various regulatory tools at our disposal to enable businesses while ensuring safety, ethical practices, and overall compliance with various technical and commercial regulations in place to ensure orderly and effective operations in the mid and downstream sector of the Nigerian economy. I wish you a successful ceremony and look forward to the first gas and commission of these 5 LNG plants in due course. Thank you very much, Your Excellency and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, the Authority Chief Executive, NMDPRA, Mr. Farouk Ahmed. We are going places, and we are ready for this transition to gas. Thank you very much, sir. And now, next up, we will be having the remarks from the Minister of Steel, Honorable Minister of Steel, Honorable Prince Shaibu Abubakar Audu. You're welcome, sir. Please keep clapping as he comes up stage.
The Executive Governor of Kogi State, His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo, all the distinguished senators here present, all the Honorable House of Members here present, my colleague, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Gas, Right Honorable Ekperikpo Ekpo, the Chairman of the NNPC Board, Chief Pius Akinwuleri, and of course, the Group CEO NNPC, Mr. Omala Mele Kiari, all other protocols duly observed. I am delighted to stand before you today at this groundbreaking ceremony for the 5 mini NLNG plants within the Ajokuta Steel Territory. This momentous occasion marks a significant milestone in our nation's journey towards energy self-sufficiency and economic prosperity. The event of today, which is the groundbreaking ceremony for the establishment of 5 mini LNG plants within the Ajokuta Steel Territory, is very significant for the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, in his quest to create a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. The vast gas resources and opening up of clusters of industrial environments for the good and benefit of the national economy is critical. Added to this is the fact that the establishment of these plants within the Ajokuta environment has keyed into this administration's concept of setting up an industrial park within the Ajaokuta environ, which would contain an LNG and CNG plant or territory, as well as a free trade zone. The development of the LNG infrastructure in Nigeria is a game changer for the country's energy sector. It not only enhances energy security, but also positions Nigeria as a key player in the global LNG market. The environmental and economic benefits of such projects are immense, paving the way for a sustainable and prosperous future through massive creation of jobs. Millions of jobs will be created, as well as adding massive value to the GDP of Kogi State, as well as Nigeria as a whole. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that the government of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has remained focused on his program of bringing Ajaokuta Steel Plant back to life. And this is reflected in our current efforts, which has led the federal government into signing a historic memorandum of understanding with the original builders, the Russian TPE consortium, aimed at the rehabilitation, completion, and operation of the steel plant. The groundbreaking ceremony of this LNG project that we are here for today is dear to Mr. President's heart. He has told me that personally. I had to therefore cancel an already scheduled international assignment to be here for this event today because of the commitment of Mr. President to ensure the success of this venture. My ministry, the Ministry of Steel Development, is playing a significant role in the establishment of these 5 mini LNG plants by providing the encouragement through Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited, which provided some of the lands that are being used, as well as creating an opportunity to leverage on gas for prosperity for the people of Kogi State and Nigeria. I therefore wish to reiterate that we must work and collaborate together as a team and avoid project planning disconnect, because collaborations, especially at foundation stages, would enhance the success of this project, which would ultimately be beneficial to both the investors and the government with such very, very well thought through investments. I want to use this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the stakeholders, partners, and investors who have made this project possible. Your unwavering support and collaboration has been instrumental in bringing us to this historic moment. May I therefore congratulate and thank my governor, His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo, for his dynamism, especially his dogged efforts in providing security for the state. I also want to thank the management team of NNPC, the GMD, the chairman, for having the vision to kickstart this project and facilitate the ground laying ceremony. In conclusion, let us all join hands and work together to ensure the successful completion and operation of these mini LNG plants. Together, we can build a stronger, more prosperous Nigeria for our future generations. Thank you all very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you, sir. Honorable Prince Shaibu Abubakar Audu. We heard you loud and clear. What jumped out for me was collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. And together we shall make this nation great. Thank you very much, sir. And our documentary is ready. Our media team is ready for us. We shall take a documentary now telling us about the LNG plants, the 5 LNG plants that we are celebrating today. The media team, please.
With its drive towards providing alternative sources of energy, the Decade of Gas initiative, launched by the federal government, continues to create a world of opportunities and possibilities, transforming Nigeria. Also in Kogi State, NNPC Gas Marketing Limited and Gas Nexus Limited, a subsidiary of Axela Limited, will be developing a small-scale liquefied natural gas plant designed to phase in over time. In Phase 1, a 7.5 million standard cubic feet per day LNG facility will be constructed. At full capacity, the plant will reach 20 million standard cubic feet per day, liquefying gas sourced from the Oben-Ajaokuta pipeline. Using CNG-fueled trucks fitted with advanced cryogenic tanks, the liquefied gas will be transported to industrial and commercial customers. Upon arrival, the gas is regasified and ready for immediate use. This innovative virtual pipeline is set to provide reliable, cost-effective energy to Nigeria's underserved industrial regions, reducing dependency on diesel and similar fuels. Still in Ajaokuta, Kogi State, Boa International Limited, in collaboration with NNPC Gas Marketing Limited, will be constructing a 700-ton per day mini LNG plant. This mini LNG facility will receive natural gas from the Oben-Ajaokuta pipeline. Here, the gas will be liquefied and transported via CNG-fueled cryogenic trucks to Boa's Sokoto cement plant, where it will be regasified for use. The project aligns with Boa's plans to expand its cement production capacity by 6 million tons per year at its Sokoto plant. This move to natural gas will not only meet the significant fuel demands of Boa cement facilities, but will also support operational efficiency, ultimately contributing to reduced emissions and a lower environmental impact. The impact of this project goes beyond Boa's operations. It will drive industrialization across northern Nigeria, expand access to gas in the region, and generate both direct and indirect employment opportunities. It will also foster economic development, helping to drive Nigeria's GDP up. The mini LNG project in Ajaokuta symbolizes the nation's commitment to sustainable energy solutions, paving the way for a greener and more prosperous future. Highland LNG is building a small-scale LNG facility in Ajaokuta, Kogi State to provide natural gas to industrial and commercial customers not connected to Nigeria's pipeline network and support off-grid power generation under the Electricity Act 2023. Phase 1 will be a 10 million scf per day capacity, scheduled for commissioning in the fourth quarter of 2026 on 7 hectares of land acquired near the NGIC Geregu metering station, with environmental and regulatory processes underway. LNG Arete Limited, a fully owned Nigerian company with top-tier experience and expertise spanning the entire oil and gas value chain, will be constructing an LNG facility also in Ajaokuta, Kogi State, with an initial production capacity of 7 million standard cubic feet per day, targeting the availability of LNG in the northern markets. With the strategic location of 5 mini LNG plants in Ajaokuta, Kogi State, these plants are ideally positioned to serve stranded businesses in northern Nigeria. They will act as a backup for those dependent on pipeline gas and will also reach remote locations where pipeline infrastructure is lacking. Beyond their economic reach, these 5 mini LNG projects align with the federal government's flare reduction initiative, capturing gas that would otherwise be wasted. During construction, the project will engage hundreds of workers, both directly and indirectly, creating essential job opportunities. As constructions commence, a cheaper, sustainable fuel source will drive regional business growth, attract investment, and stimulate industrial development. The mini LNG projects will fuel key industries across various sectors of Nigeria's economy: fast-moving consumer goods, manufacturing, and power, catalyzing industrial growth and impacting Nigeria's GDP in meaningful ways. As the plant comes online in mid-2026, they are testament to Nigeria's commitment to a sustainable, gas-powered future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the groundbreaking ceremony of 5 mini LNG plants in Ajaokuta, Kogi State.
From gas to prosperity, empowering Nigeria's energy future.
I think we deserve a bigger round of applause. Thank you very much, the Executive Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We can see that the benefits of the 5 mini LNG plants cannot be overemphasized. The initiative creates a world of opportunities and possibilities, transforming Nigeria into a gas-powered economy. Another round of applause, please. Before we call on the board, the NNPC board chairman, I'd like to announce that due to time constraint, we will be visiting 2 other sites for the groundbreaking. And then we have the 2 others as virtual groundbreaking. So the virtual commissioning, we have Arete facility and Highland facilities. Arete and Highland, please be on standby for the virtual groundbreaking, and it will happen simultaneously with the groundbreaking here in Prime LNG. Arete and Highland facilities. And then after the groundbreaking here in Prime, we will be moving to NGML Gas Nexus for the groundbreaking, after which we move to the Bois facility. And after then, we call it a day, and then our dignitaries will move straight to the chopper to be transported. Thank you very much. Now we will be having the remarks by our father, the NNPC board chairman, Chief Pius Akinyelure. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, my very amiable son, Ahmed Usman Ododo, an individual that I very much like, and that's one of the reasons that I'm here today, to join you in celebrating the establishment of 5 LNG plants. The Minister for Steel, you will recognize. The Minister for Petroleum, for Gas, thank you for coming. Because time is well spent, I will just say I'll stand by the existing protocol. Just go ahead. It is a great honor to address you today at the historic groundbreaking ceremony for the mini LNG plants in Ajaokuta, Kogi State. This milestone marks a significant advancement in Nigeria's energy sector and aligns with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, signaling a new era of sustainable energy, energy security, and individual growth. Nigeria is blessed with vast natural gas reserves, estimated at about 209 TCF, offering a transformative opportunity to drive economic prosperity. The establishment of these mini LNG plants demonstrates our unwavering commitment to supporting the federal government objectives of improving power generation, boosting industrialization, and fostering energy security. These 5 mini LNG plants, NNPC Prime LNG, NGML Gas Nexus LNG, Boa LNG, Highland LNG, and LNG Arete, represent a strategic leap towards energy efficiency, upgrade industrial support, and curtail of emission reduction. The NNPC Prime LNG project, a joint venture between NNPC Trading Limited and Silver Peaks Limited, will play a pivotal role in the advancement of the nation's gas policy. The NGML Gas Nexus LNG project will provide reliable energy solutions by liquefying natural gas from the Oben-Abeokuta pipeline. The Boa LNG partnership aims to strengthen Nigeria's industrial capacity by supplying gas to Ajaokuta and Boa's Sokoto cement plant. The Highland LNG and Areto mini LNG project will further support the Presidential CNG Initiative, PCNG, promoting gas as a sustainable fuel for upgrade industrial users and transportation. The significant private sector footprint in these investments, totaling approximately $500 million, is clear proof that the President's agenda to create gas fuel prosperity is gathering momentum. We ought that offer potential investors to take an FID and move to execution phase, just like these 5 MNG projects. Beyond these projects, initiatives like the African Atlantic Gas Pipeline, formerly Nigeria-Mexico Gas Pipeline, will accelerate Nigeria's economic growth, enhance industrial capacity, and promote and contribute to greener, more sustainable future. As we take the whole step forward, NNPC Limited remains committed to harnessing Nigeria's natural gas resources to unlock economic opportunities and drive national prosperity. Together, we will build a brighter, cleaner, and more sustainable future for all Nigeria. Before I go, I would love to thank our employees who have done so well to put this package together. Equally, we want to thank the 2 ministers for their contribution to date. The local people that are here, you are most welcome. You'll be the beneficiary of this project. We thank you for coming. And for the next phases of the project, your assistance will be required, especially in the areas of security. I wish at this stage to thank our own people from NNPC Limited, headed by GCO, the capable and indefatigable GCO, supported by his able, I would say, colleagues. It has never had been this great in NNPC, and we have to give courage and give praise to whom praise is due. And make sure we recognize good performance whenever they occur, especially in anywhere in our system. I thank you all. And for the local people who have been part of this development, we thank you. We need your support, especially in the area of security. We don't want to be told that this is stolen, this is this, and this, and this. No. It should be an era of support, era of peace. And I'm sure His Excellency is up to the task. I want to again round up by saying I thank you, and I hope we all benefit from this plant that we are setting up today. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. We have heard from the board chairman, Chief Pius Akinyelure, and he has told us that together we shall drive a greater Nigeria with clean and accessible energy. Another round of applause for him, please. So up next, we will be taking the remark from the Chairman, Senate Committee on Local Content, Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan. You're welcome, ma. A round of applause for her, please.
Good afternoon, the Executive Governor of Kogi State, my own very state, His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Gas, distinguished Senator Jarigbe, my very colleague. It's an honor to have you in my very district. The Chairman of the House of Reps Committee on Gas, Honorable Nicholas Mutuya, welcome. The Honorable Minister of Gas, Right Honorable Ekperikpe Ekpo, a big brother, and my husband's bosom friend. It's good to have you here. You're welcome as well. The Honorable Minister of Steel, another brother of mine who has worked tirelessly on the pursuit of the revival of Ajaokuta Steel Company and revitalizing the national steel sector. You're welcome. And the GCEO of NNPC and your very able team. I see you all. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. My remarks today will be more of an appreciative speech. It's quite humbling to have the president himself, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to pass an executive order that birthed the 5 mini LNG plants that we are witnessing the groundbreaking ceremony today. We also appreciate the Honorable Minister of Gas, whose policy frameworks contributed hugely in translating the president's vision, of which we celebrate the theme from gas to prosperity and catalyzing Nigeria's economic growth. Gas is the future. And I say, Ajaokuta local government, Kogi State, Nigeria, we are in the lucky times. And I additionally add that in the wake of the new tax regime, I would say congratulations to the North. A number of our factories and even small-scale businesses have suffered greatly due to lack of power supply. But this is a new paradigm shift for you, because the Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline, of which at my last interface with the contractors, they promised that the lead time for completion of the AKK project will be the second quarter of this year. So what that means is, by the grace of God, all indices align we should have gas churning up north from this very location into all our businesses. And what does that mean to the economy of northern Nigeria, the north-central Nigeria, and the entire country? Is that there will be a boom in productivity. There will be jobs that will be created. There will be revenue that will be generated. And states will be able to earn their returns in due terms. So I'd say thank you all, stakeholders, BUA and the Gas Nexus, Highland, Arate. Thank you all so much for collaborating with NNPC and other aspects of the executive and also the legislative to ensure that we harmoniously create an ecosystem right in the sport that will nurture the new adventures of the energy sector. Thank you all so much. Our royal fathers, I see you all there. Thanks for the role you have played and which the past speakers have attested to, that you have opened your hearts and your homes in the past few months to the various investors. Thank you for forging peaceful cohesion, and I urge you all to keep bringing your future, your dreams, take Ajaokuta local government, take other aspects of Kogi State. Ensure that the downstream sector of steel and gas will ensure that companies are littered around, that will have even beyond CNG, LPG, and others, so that we can actually begin to industrialize from this space. Because in the nearest future, we are going to have the Ajaokuta Steel Company working. And all of these companies that will birth out of the steel company will require energy to power. So I'd say congratulations to all of us. We are the luckiest of those who are lucky. And I urge every Nigerian to trust that our environment will be peaceful. And we are going to continuously extend our hands of friendship and collaboration. So fear not. Kogi State is a peaceful land, and we promise to be the best hosts. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the Senator Natasha Akoti, for that remark. She has told us that we expect a boom in productivity, not just for this region, also for Nigeria as a whole. And together, we shall make it a reality. Another round of applause for her, please. And up next, we will be having the Chairman, Senate Committee on Gas, Distinguished Senator Jarigbe Agom Jarigbe, for his remarks. You're welcome, sir. Before he comes up, please, we have a lost but found medical eyeglasses. Please, if it's yours, come to the side of the podium. You're welcome, sir.
A warm afternoon to all of us. My colleagues, Your Excellency the Governor of Kogi State, His Excellency Alhaji Usman Ododo, my friend and colleague, the Senator Natasha Uduaghan, Chairman, Senate Committee on Local Content, the Chairman, House of Reps Committee on Gas, Honorable Nicholas Mutu, the Honorable Minister for Steel, and my own minister, the Minister of State, Petroleum, Gas, the Chairman of the Governing Board of the NMPCL, the GCEO of NMPCL, the ACE of NMDPRA, and other staff of NMPCL, especially my own EVP Gas, Mr. Lekon. A warm afternoon to all of us. I bring you felicitations from the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and particularly from the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio. I'm delighted to be here. It's with great pride and a high sense of responsibility that I make my remarks at this momentous occasion of the groundbreaking ceremony of 5 mini LNG plants in Ajaokuta. It's a thing of joy. From those who conceptualized it, to our president, who put the executive order together, and to the NMPCL and other SPVs that have put their heads together to bring about this. I must commend the ingenious disposition of the GCO of NMPCL and his team that has culminated to the delivery of several other projects, including these 5 mini LNG plants. I want you to join me and give a hand of applause to them, please. This will lead to the much talked about energy security in Nigeria. And it is a step in the right direction. I will only implore you to set up regasification plants across the country so that these gas will be delivered in the state that it can be utilized by the common man. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for that remark. All we hear today is collaboration, 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 and together we shall make this happen. Another round of applause for him, please. We recognize once again the presence of Senator Honorable Nicholas Motu, who has tremendous support to NNPC Limited and its activities. We just want to recognize you and say a special thank you to you. You're welcome, sir. And up next, we have the remarks from the man who has hosted NNPC Limited and its partners here warmly in Kogi State. A little bird told me he loves to be called the chief, the chief servant of Kogi State. So permit me to welcome my governor. I'm also a proud Kogite. Permit me to welcome the Executive Governor of Kogi State, His Excellency Ahmed Usman Ododo. A rousing round of applause for him, please.
Please sit down. Please sit down. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Gas, Distinguished Senator Jaribe Agom Jaribe, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Local Content, my sister, Senator Natasha Apoti Iduaga, and her loving husband, our in-law. I want to sincerely thank you for taking good and best care of our sister. The Honorable Minister of Steel, my wonderful brother, Honorable Prince Shaibu Abubakar Audu, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum, Gas, Right Honorable Ekperipe Epo, the Secretary to the Government of Kogi State, Pastor Mrs. Folashade Ayoade Arike, PhD, the Speaker, Kogi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Aliu Umar, and other principal officers and members of Kogi State House of Assembly here present, the Chairman, NNPC Board, my father, my leader, my mentor, and of course, its critical stakeholders of our dear state, Chief Pius Akinrule. I sincerely appreciate you for taking out time to be here this afternoon. Your visit will never be taken for granted. The GCEO, NMPC Limited, my wonderful elder brother, Malam Mele Kolo Kiare, I sincerely appreciate you for the wonderful job you are doing at this very critical time. Your service to this nation is well recognized and will never take it for granted. The Chairman, House of Rep Committee on Gas, Honorable Nicholas Mutu, Chairman, House of Rep from the Ajakuta Federal Constituency, my brother, the son of the soil, Honorable Sani Abdurrahim Egidi. The Authority Chief Executive Officer, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, my namesake, the Executive Secretary, NCD MDB, Mr. Felix Obe, the Program Director and Chief Executive, Presidential CNG Initiative, Engineer Michael Oluwabemi, the NMPC Executive Vice President present here, our partners and investors, the President, Pengasid and TUC, Mr. Festus Usifo, the President, Nupeng, Mr. William, all NMPC Limited senior management and staff here present, the Chief of Staff to Kogi State Government, Honorable Ali Bello, the Deputy Chief of Staff, the State Security Advisor, Navy Commander Jerry Omodara, retired, the Honorable Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Barrister Muhammadu Ozigi, and every other commissioners here present, the Auditor General for Local Government, Honorable Siaka Yakubu Adabanege, the Executive Chairman, Ajakuta Local Government Area, Honorable Haruna Aliu, and every other local government chairman here present. His Royal Highness Alhaji Musa Isa, the Ohi of Egani and Chairman, Ajakuta Local Government Council of Chiefs, and every other Royal Highnesses here present. I can see some of our critical stakeholders seated here. I can see our elders, Adai Karako. I can see our leaders, Abdurrahman Badams. Every critical stakeholders of our dear state, you are well recognized. Other esteemed guests, my good people of Ajakuta local government, I congratulate you all for this very historic event. Members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense joy and pride that I address you today on this momentous occasion marking the groundbreaking ceremony for the 5 mini LNG plant here in Ajakuta local government of our dear state. This historic event signposts a transformative chapter in our pursuit of clean energy, sustainable development, and industrial growth, not just for Kogi State, but for the entire nation at large. This landmark project, initiated and facilitated by the federal government of Nigeria in collaboration with NMPC Limited and esteemed partners such as Boas Industry and others, underscores our collective commitment to embracing cleaner and energy and greener energy solutions. Today, we lay the foundation for a future fueled by innovation, resilience, and sustainability. Allow me to first extend my heartfelt gratitude to our father, the leaders of our nation, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to human development have made this project a reality. Mr. President, sir, your dedication to ensuring economic growth, energy, security, and environmental sustainability will forever be remembered as a pivotal moment in our nation's journey. Mr. President is indeed a president that commits a lot of attention to energy needs of our dear nation. Today, we celebrate the launching of 5 mini LNG plants, namely Prime LNG, NGML Gas Nexus LNG, Boa LNG, Highland LNG, and LNG Erete, with a combined capacity of 84.5 million standard cubic feet per day, representing a remarkable sum of over $500 million investment. These projects are a bold leap forward in reducing carbon emissions, promoting energy independence, and aligning with global effort to combat climate change. As a member of a responsible global community, our president is supporting excellent initiatives at ensuring maximum utilization of our energy potentials. Beyond their environmental impact, the economic and social benefit of this project cannot be overstated. The establishment of these LNG plants will create significant job opportunities, stimulate local businesses, and improve critical infrastructure in our communities. This is a shining example of what can be achieved through collaboration between the federal government, the Kogi State government, NNPC Limited, and our valued investors. Our Dear State forward-thinking approach to governance has reflected in the establishment of the Conference State University of Science and Technology, Osara, to create a pool of quality manpower to feed the growing state of industrialization in Kogi State. From the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Anyamba, to the Kogi State University, Kaba, and Kogi State Polytechnic, Lokoja, our administration is investing in purpose-fitted education to ensure our people are skilled technically and employable. As we do the groundbreaking today, we are not only laying the fiscal foundation for this plant, but also setting the stage for a brighter and more prosperous future for Kogi State and Nigeria at large. It is particularly encouraging that the final investment decision for all 5 projects have been concluded and all are now in the execution phase. These projects align perfectly with our vision of leveraging clean energy solutions to drive sustainable development while improving the quality of life for our citizens. They reflect the limitless potential of Kogi State as a hub for industrial economy and transformation. The ongoing groundwork to have an airport in Kogi State will further give the investing companies transportation flexibility to access this location easily, as we also step up our security strategy to ensure that both the investment and the investors are safe in our dear state. I must acknowledge the commitment and effort of every stakeholder involved in this project, from the federal government and the NNPC Limited to the investors and host communities. Your dedication has been instrumental in bringing us this historic moment. I am confident that with our combined determination, this project will be completed successfully. As the #1 marketer of our dear state, as the most preferred and most endowed investment destination, I am pleased to note that the host communities have expressed their readiness to provide peaceful and cooperative environment to ensure the safety and success of this investment. The Kogi State government, in collaboration with conventional and local security agencies, has implemented robust measures to safeguard this massive investment, ensuring a secure and thriving atmosphere for all stakeholders. The excitement surrounding this project has been massive. The people of Kogi State have welcomed this initiative with enthusiasm, hope, and optimism. As a mark of our unwavering support, I directed all the government officials in Kogi State to be present here at this historic event, reflecting our collective commitment to the success of these endeavors. Today, we have moved the seat of power from Lokoja to this very place to demonstrate our total support to investors. Ajaokuta is a land of promise, not just for Kogi State, but for Nigeria as a whole. This project will not only unlock vast economic opportunities, but also position Nigeria as a nation determined to harness its resources for the betterment of its people. These investments are quite strategic in this sense that they will have an economically impactful handshake with the Ajaokuta Steel Company that the administration of Mr. President is working so hard to resuscitate. I assure you, as the Chief Security Officer of our dear state, that your investments are safe. I extend my profound gratitude to NNPC Limited, our esteemed investors, and all those who have contributed to the realization of this visionary project. Together, let's work hard to ensure success of this LNG plant and to build a sustainable and prosperous future for Kogi State and Nigeria at large. In conclusion, I call on other investors to come to Kogi State, the Conference of Opportunities for Investment. We are blessed with abundant mineral resources, and we are open to genuine and sincere investors. I am determined to remove every bottleneck and red line that hampers investment. We are working hard to create a conducive environment for investors and to prosper. Our state is ready for massive industrial revolution. May God bless NNPC Limited, our investors. May God bless Kogi State, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you.
Another round of applause for His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kogi State. It is obvious that he is loved in his home. Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you, Your Excellency. He has told us that this project will promote energy independence in Nigeria, leveraging clean energy solution. Yet again, he spoke about collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Before we take the final groundbreaking speech by the Honorable Minister of State, I'd like to announce once again that there will be a virtual commissioning of the Arete and Highland sites. So the Arete and Highland sites, please be on standby as this will be done simultaneously with the groundbreaking here in Prime LNG. Virtual commissioning, Arete and Highland sites. Then the physical groundbreaking will be done immediately after the minister's speech. And please, I would like to crave your indulgence that the first row of dignitaries only will be filing out to the space outside for the groundbreaking. But before then, after his speech and the closing remarks, we will be having a photo session just up this stage from the first row of the dignitaries. Thank you very much. Again, when we get to gas nexus, please note that we will still have the very few dignitaries head there
as it is a live plant. And then we do not want the crowd to be on that plant. That will be a safety breach. So please, the first row of the dignitaries only will be visiting the NGML gas nexus and BOA facilities before departure. Thank you very much. And now for the groundbreaking speech, it is my honor to welcome on stage the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, Right Honorable Ekperikpe Ekpo. You're welcome, sir. A bigger round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kogi State, my brother and friend, Alhaji Usman Adodo, Ahmed Adodo, yes, distinguished senators, the Senator of Senate Committee on Gas and Senate Committee on Local Content, my brother, Prince Audu, you're welcome. The Chairman of Board of NDDC, I salute you. I salute our indefatigable GCEO, who is present here with us. I salute the Authority Chief Executive, the representative of NUPRC, the representative of NCDMB, and my brother, the Program Coordinator, PCING. I salute my brother and my friend, Chief Emmanuel Odaga, my very good friend. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I cannot conclude the recognition without recognizing the errant man in the person of EVP Gas. He has been so wonderful. I bring you greetings from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to participate in this epoch-making event to break ground for 5 mini LNG in Ajaokuta, Kogi State. It goes without saying that the magnitude of this ceremony, breaking ground for 5 mini LNG in one day, is truly historic and signifies the seriousness of the Federal Republic of Nigeria under the able leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who attaches more in deepening gas utilization in our country from the abundant gas resources. As the theme of today's event, From Gas to Prosperity, Catalyzing Nigeria's Economic Growth, connotes natural gas is a veritable vehicle for accelerating Nigeria's industrialization, economic growth, and prosperity, which also is working to achieve the nation's commitment to a just and equitable energy transition. I commend the outstanding effort of NNPC Limited and its partners who work round the clock to achieve this milestone as we look forward to a smooth and a safe project delivery of all 5 plans. At this point in time, permit me to especially salute and celebrate one of our own who have shown that exemplary leadership in the person of our GCEO, with his team that have been able to do the most important event, 5 mini LNGs on one day. It is very, very significant. It takes a man with a golden heart to embark on this. I'm here with full confidence. Like the GCEO mentioned, yesterday I had 1-hour meeting with him on this very project. how is it going to be? He has given me all the promises that this project will be delivered on schedule. And I'm particularly happy that the governor of Kogi State has given us the assurance that they will provide the adequate security to ensure the completion of this project on time. Because Kogi State is becoming a hub for this industrialization towards the northern part of the country. It is a big thing that has happened, and the Kogi people should celebrate this instance. As always, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources Gas stands with you, NNPC Limited, and partners to support initiatives that align with our goals of harnessing Nigerian abundant gas resources for national economic development, reducing nation carbon footprint, and enhancing the well-being of our people. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for coming to identify with us on this very day. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard from the Minister of State, Petroleum, Gas, Right Honorable Ekperikpe Ekpo. Thank you for that very insightful speech. Going forward, in partnership with NNPC and its partners, we shall make gas cheaper, we shall make it accessible, and we shall make it available for Nigerians. Another round of applause for him, please. So lastly, for the closing remarks, we will be inviting the Chairman, House of Representatives from the Ajaokuta constituency, Honorable Sani Abdurrahim Egidi. Honorable Sani, please.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo, the Chief Servant of Kogi State, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Gas, distinguished Senator Jaribe Agom Ajaribe, Honorable Minister of Steel, Honorable Prince Shaibu Abubakar, my brother, Honorable Minister for State, Petroleum and Gas, Right Honorable Ekperikpe Ekpo, the Chairman, NNPC Board, Chief, our father, Akin Yelule. You're welcome, Daddy. The GCO, NNPC, the man so talked about, the man so discussed, the man that is so important in this country, Mr. Mele Kolo Kiari. You are welcome. We are proud of you, sir. The chairman, all other members of National Assembly present here, you are all welcome to this auspicious occasion. The Executive Secretary of NCBMD, Mr. Felix Obe, you are highly welcome to this program. The Chief Program Director, Chief Executive, Presidential CNG Initiative, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, you are highly recognized and you are welcome. The NNPC Executive Vice Chairman present here today, the Chief of Staff to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kogi State, the youngest Chief of Staff in Nigeria, all the commissioners present here. I want to stand on already expected protocol. I recognize all the state executives that are present here today. I also want to thank my fathers the Traditional Council, led by His Royal Highness Isa Ahmed Isa Achuja Musa, the Chief and the Chairman, Traditional Council of Ajaokuta Local Government, I want to welcome you. Please, because of want of time, it is with immense joy and gratitude that I stand before you today as a member representing Ajaokuta Federal Constituency and representative of Ajaokuta host community, as we mark a significant milestone in the journey toward economic transformation and sustainable development in Ajaokuta, Kogi State, at this historic groundbreaking ceremony of 5 mini LNG plants. This project marks a pivotal moment in the journey toward unlocking the immense potential of our natural resources and transforming our community. A testament to our unwavering commitment to harnessing Nigeria's vast natural gas resources for the prosperity of our people and the growth of our nation at large. On behalf of the host community, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the President, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSFR, and all the Progressive Congress for their visionary leadership and unwavering support in bringing this transformative project to Ajaokuta. Your dedication to development of our region and the well-being of our people is truly commendable. I wish to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo for his support and crucial role to ensure success of this project. I wish to thank my esteemed constituents, especially the youth, for their hospitality, continuous cooperation and support in safeguarding the national asset in Ajaokuta, thereby attracting more national projects, leading to sustainable national development. I thank the NNPC, the Ministries of Petroleum Resources, and the ministers of their effort in making this project a reality. To investors, thank you for confidence in Ajaokuta and its people. We promise to match your trust with our support and cooperation. The 5 mini LNG plant will harness natural gas reserves, position Ajaokuta as a critical hub for energy production, and bring opportunities for jobs, businesses, and better future. As we break ground today, let us remember that this is not just about constructing plant, it's about building a future where Ajaokuta is at the forefront of industrial development in Nigeria. The theme of today's ceremony, From Gas to Prosperity, catalyzing Nigeria's economic growth, encapsulates the vision and purpose behind this Movement project. It is a vision that aligns with national agenda to diversify our economy, create jobs, and improve the quality of life for all Nigerians. For too long, our abundant natural gas reserves have remained largely untapped, while our people contend with poverty and underdevelopment. The project however, promised to change the narrative now. However, as we embark on this journey, it is crucial to ensure that the benefits of this project are equitably shared with our people. We must prioritize community development initiatives, environmental protection, capacity building, community engagement, host community equity compliance, and implementation of all legislative acts, Local Content Act, Host Community Act, and the CSR Act. I am confident that this project, with inclusion of the host community as a genuine partner, will not only transform the economic landscape of Ajaokuta, but also serve as a model for suitable development across Nigeria. Let us work together to ensure the successful implementation of this project and unlock the full potential of our natural resources for the benefit of all Nigerians. Thank you. May this groundbreaking ceremony mark the beginning of a new era of growth and prosperity for Ajaokuta, Kogi State, and Nigeria as a whole. Thank you. God bless. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sani, for the closing remarks. You will all agree with me that our time is fast spent. So quickly, before we move outside for the groundbreaking, I'd like to crave the indulgence of the dignitaries right in front of me on the first row to please come upstage for a photo session before we file out for the groundbreaking. The Executive Governor of Kogi State, the ministers here present, and everyone on the first row. The dignitaries on the first row, and this will be the same set of people filing out for the groundbreaking. While we all remain seated to watch the groundbreaking from the Arete and Highland sides. Please, once again, let us remain seated, and our special guests will file out for the groundbreaking. Let's all remain seated, please. Once again, I will be announcing that the virtual commissioning, Arete and Highland sites will be virtual. Arete and Highland sites, please be on standby, come on air as you perform your groundbreaking. Thank you very much for your time, the Executive Governor of Kogi State, the ministers here present, all special dignitaries. Please, a round of applause as the dignitaries step out for the groundbreaking. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for your time. Thank you, the people of Ajaokuta. So once again, I'm going to greet you all. Wow. Yes, Wadahi. Yes, I am. I'm Kaba. Thank you very much to our royal fathers for being present. Thank you for honoring us. Thank you for accommodating us. We are committed to have a cleaner energy in Nigeria, powered by NNPC. So can we have the Arete and Highland sites? Please go ahead to perform your groundbreaking. The Arete and Highland sites. Can we hear you? Can you hear us? Arete and Highland. Arete and Highland. Arete, we can see you.
Highland, can you see?
Highland, we can see you too. Please confirm you can hear us.
Can you see? No time, I make no break.
Oga, Chief, how far are you now?
Highland LNG, you're welcome, all welcome to the groundbreaking of the Highland LNG, mini LNG plant, done by Right Honorable Ipo, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Gas, on this day, Thursday, the 30th of January, 2025, to the glory of God and to the betterment of Nigeria. God bless us all.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
So I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything.
If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Well, thank you for staying with us. Let's move to our second topic of discourse today. Now, implementing the right change management strategy is crucial to ensuring any transformative project is a success. In many businesses, change happens almost on a daily basis. Some changes are small, like updates and onto how you ask your team members to request for other things. Now, others are huge, influencing how your business runs, team's dynamics, or even which products you sell. As a core part of your comprehensive change management plan, change management strategies help companies to avoid a cascade of adverse consequences to poorly implemented transitions. Successful change management relies on the contribution of effective planning and execution, alongside a commitment to constantly engaging and supporting stakeholders. Mr. Dennis Ekara is a business analyst. He joins me live from the United Kingdom. Mr. Ekara, thank you so much. It's good to have you on the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon.
Great stuff. Now, let me start this way. Now, why do so many businesses struggle with change? And what are the key factors that determine successful transformation?
So let me first start by diving into defining the key elements here. So change management. Change management is a structured approach businesses take to transition from their current state to a desired future state. Despite this importance, studies have shown, according to McKinsey in the year 2023, that 70% of change initiatives fail. And the question is very important because, let's be honest, If change was easy, every business would be thriving effortlessly. But reality has painted that this is a different picture. Many businesses struggle with change, and it boils down to key 5 factors. Firstly, the complacency with the status quo. You know, many organizations operate on the if it ain't broke, don't fix it mindset. And these organizations, they're entrenched in their current ways. And this make them resist change, leading to mixed opportunities. A notable example is Nokia, which once dominated the mobile phone industry, but failed to adapt quickly to the smartphone revolution. And their reluctance to embrace this touchscreen technology led to their downfall, which resulted into a significant decline in their market share. Secondly, lack of clear vision. Change without a well-defined direction is like setting sail without a map, and employees need to understand why the change is happening and what the future holds for them. According to a report by Gartner in 2022, only 1/3 of change initiatives succeed, often due to a lack of clear vision and communication. Then thirdly, poor communication. Poor communication can lead to misunderstandings and resistance among employees. And that's why if leaders fail to clearly articulate the why behind the change, employees will. Fourthly, we have the inadequate leadership support. When top management isn't fully on board and committed, it sends down mixed feelings to the employees, and they quickly pick up that hesitation, undermining the change effort. Leadership must not only approve change, but they must actively drive it. And finally, but not the least, cultural resistance. People naturally resist what they are unfamiliar with. Say if an organization culture is deeply rooted in the way we've been doing things, change will be met with hesitation, outright pushback from the employees. Now, what determines success? First, strong leadership commitment. Leaders must champion change initiatives to inspire confidence and commitment throughout the organization. Secondly, transparent communication, clearly articulating the reasons for the open source change strategies are 14 times more likely to achieve change success. Last but not the least, adaptability. Flexibility in approach allows organizations to navigate unforeseen challenges effectively. These key factors all play a critical role. If businesses can master these elements.
Practical steps can business leaders take to manage resistance and ensure employees embrace change?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So managing resistance isn't about forcing change down people's throats. It's about guiding them through it. I'll say there are like 5 points for the change: the expected benefits and how it affects each employee's role. Transparency builds trust and reduces uncertainties. Secondly, involve employees early in the process, in the decision-making process. Imagine you walk into your office one day and your entire workflow has been. I currently work at Different Technologies, and recently we implemented a new project management software. We involved every team member from the start. Their feedback helped in shaping the transition, making adoption even more smoother. So thirdly, leaders must provide adequate training and ongoing support. So people respond well with positive reinforcement. So acknowledging and rewarding these employees who embrace change motivate others to follow suit. Finally, address concerns proactively. Very important. You have to create channels where employees can voice their concerns, their fear, and provide timely responses to alleviate apprehensions. When people feel heard, they are more likely to support change. And by implementing these steps, leaders can turn resistance into resilience and transformation into a success story.
Now can companies, come back to it again, strike a balance between innovation and maintaining operational stability during transformation?
Yes, this is an interesting one because business find themselves caught between two opposing forces. The need to innovate and the need to keep daily operations running smoothly. Striking that balance requires strategic and structured approach. First, you have to start with pilot programs instead of rolling out a major change across the entire organization overnight. Test it on a smaller scale. This helps identify and fix potential issues and also make necessary adjustments before a full rollout. Say, for example, in 2009, when GT Bank introduced the mobile banking in Nigeria, they initially launched it with a limited features to test adoption and functionality before expanding it. Secondly, implement change in phases. So a gradual transition minimizes disruption and allows employees to adapt progressively. If you are introducing a system, keep the old one running simultaneously for a period to allow a smooth switch. Thirdly, maintain core process while innovating. So while transforming or while doing the transformation in your organization, while this is happening, ensure that essential functions like customer service and product delivery remains uninterrupted. Fourth, assign dedicated teams for innovation. So one common mistake businesses make these days is expecting that their existing teams to manage both day-to-day operations and the transformation efforts. This often leads to burnout. So instead, designate a team solely responsible for driving the innovation while others keep the business running smoothly. Finally, continuous monitor and adjust. So businesses must track performance metrics throughout the change process and be flexible enough to make necessary tweaks here and there. Companies that balance these innovations overall with stability set themselves up for sustained growth without the chaos of poorly managed transitions. And by adopting these strategies, companies can foster innovations while also ensuring that their daily operations remain stable.
But now let's now look at some common or most common mistakes businesses make when implementing change. Of course, and how can they be avoided?
I love this particular question because avoiding mistakes is just as important as knowing what to do right. And there are 5 major pitfalls businesses fall into during change implementation. One of those pitfalls is failing to consider company culture. So every company has a culture. If the change clashes with this organization values and work culture, it will face heavy resistance. So to avoid this, the best approach will be to gradually align with the new changes, with existing company norms rather than imposing something drastically different. Secondly, ineffective communication. This cannot be overstated. If employees don't fully understand the change rumors and misinformation will spread within the organization, and this will create unnecessary resistance. Businesses must ensure that communication is clear on realistic timelines. So many companies underestimate the time it takes for change to take. Rushing the process can often lead to burnout and errors, and it's better to take a phased approach than to force a major shift overnight. This can be avoided by setting realistic change. So to avoid this, businesses should ensure and provide comprehensive training programs to equip their employees with the necessary skills. And I'm sure by being mindful of these common mistakes and taking proactive steps to avoid them, businesses can enhance the success of their change initiatives.
Well, but finally, how can organizations measure their success of or the success of their change management efforts? After putting all of these efforts, how can it be measured?
Thank you. That was an excellent question because at the end of the day, change without measurable results is just disruption. And there are 5 indicators that organizations should track to evaluate the success of their change initiatives. First, employee adoption rates. If a company implements a new system process, how many employees are actively using it? If adoption is slow, it signals that there's a need for more training or better communication. Secondly, the performance metrics. Businesses must measure whether the change is intended, is having its intended impacts. Are the sales improving? Are the finances improving? Is efficiency increasing? According to a 2021 report conducted by Project Management Institute in collaboration with PwC, 37% of change initiatives fail primarily due to unclear or poorly defined success criteria. Thirdly, employee feedback and sentiment. So how do employees feel about the change? You have to conduct surveys, hold feedback sections, and this will help engaging the morale, uncovering any underlying issues and identifying areas for improvement. Fourthly, customer satisfaction. If the change affects customers, their response is a critical measure of success. So a transformation that negatively impacts the customer experience is a failure, no matter how well it works internally. Finally, the ROI, which is the return on investment, at the core of any change initiative. It is the expectation of positive outcomes for the business. So did the change lead to increased revenue, cost savings, or other tangible benefits? If not, it might require some tweaks and adjustments. So measuring success isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding both the qualitative and the quantitative impact of change, which companies track. And when companies track these indicators, they gain a clear picture of whether the transformation effort is working or needs recalibration. So finally, one has to know that change is inevitable, but struggle is optional. Because the businesses that embrace a structured, people-centric approach to transformation will not only survive, but they will thrive, whether in Nigeria or anywhere in the world. Organizations that communicate clearly, involving employees and balancing the innovation with stability will come out stronger on the other side. And always remember, change is like jollof rice. So the right ingredient will make.
I love jollof rice.
I got it there, yeah?
Go ahead.
So the right ingredient will always make all the differences.
Yeah, honestly, I must say this is an interesting conversation with you. Hope to see you again on the show very soon. Mr. Dennis Ekara is a business analyst. He joined us from the UK, telling us about innovative strategies for success, change, and all of that in businesses and organizations. I must thank you so much for your time. Do enjoy the rest of your day. And don't forget, we'll have jollof rice when next we see.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Well, it's time to take a break. And when we come back, we'll be connecting to the exchange and to see what is playing at FM. Gekop is standing by, and we're likely to also have a guest joining us there live from the exchange. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. following all nationwide big and impactful stories. What are the news from every perspective? Covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
For joining us back. It's that time where we take figures from the Exchange Limited. The governor of Katsina State, I beg your pardon, is live at the Exchange. There live pictures from the floor of the Nigerian Exchange Limited there for you. You can see there. All right, there, we apologize, but we're bringing you live feeds from the exchange where the governor would be beating the gun, closing the market for today. But while we wait for that feed, let's tell you that Asian shares rose in thin trade today as much of the region was on holiday for the Lunar New Year, while the US dollar held its ground after the Federal Reserve signaled a pause in policy easing. The strong yen weighed on the Japanese shares, and although the Nikkei managed to close with small gains, Australian stocks benchmark edged to a record high. US stock indexes ended slightly lower, and the tech was the biggest drag on the S&P 500 as benchmark slipped 0.5%. However, the mood looks to have improved, with futures pointing 0.3% higher. Australian stock benchmark closed 0.6%. Japanese Nikkei ended 0.3% higher after overcoming some early weaknesses. Meanwhile, the U.S. Central Bank held its interest rate steady, and the Federal Reserve's chair, Jerome Powell, said there would be no rush to cut them again until inflation and jobs data made it appropriate. Powell's comments put the federal policy in a hold pattern at a time when the U.S. economic landscape seems both stable and uncertain, with a healthy set of macroeconomic fundamentals that have changed little in recent months. Coming decisions from President Trump's administration on immigration, tariffs, taxes, and other areas may prove disruptive.
At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. We know that reducing policy restraint too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're not on any preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer.
Finland's Nokia has reported stronger than expected 38% rise in fourth quarter adjusted operating profits, helped by higher sales of telecom equipment to mobile operators in North America and India. Net sales rose 10% to 5.98 billion euros, which represents $6.23 billion, beating estimates of 5.74 billion euros. The company said sales at its network infrastructure business rose 17% due to a strong recovery in demand from communication service provider, notably in North America. Nokia's president and CEO, Mr. Pekka Lundmark, said he is optimistic that the improving market trends will persist to 2025. Nokia and its Nordic rival, Ericsson, have seen double-digit growth in North America due to a rebound in demand after years of weakness. Well, the African Development Bank says it has committed more than $2 billion in supporting 15.3 million people affected by a crisis in Lake Chad Basin within a decade. Lead coordinator for West and Central Africa at the IFDB, Dr. Radian Ben, shared the bank's accomplishment at the panel session at the ongoing 5th Lake Chad Basin Governors Forum in Maiduguri. The coordinator said the bank's involvement with the Lake Chad Basin Commission since 2018 underscores contribution to the development of regional stabilization strategy. The FDB has integrated socio-economic stabilization measures into its infrastructure investments. All right, let's take you to the Nigerian Exchange Limited, where the Katsina State Governor is live to close the market today after trading. Live pictures there for you from Marina, Lagos. All right, then, crude oil prices were little changed today as market braced for threatened tariffs by U.S. President Donald Trump on Mexico and Canada, the two largest suppliers of crude oil to the United States, and awaited a meeting of OPEC Plus producers. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude fell to sell for $72.24 with a downward review of 0.52%. Brent also experienced a downward price margin of 0.54% to sell at $76.17 per barrel. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62 with a decline of 2.84%. And for the OPEC basket, dealers offer $79.56 with a decline of 1.11%. Well, those live pictures there, well, the governor will be beating the gong maybe after the presentation and all of that, but definitely we'll be giving you that report subsequently in our other bulletins. But the governor is in Lagos to open partnership, of course, for project funding. That's our show today. This is Business Nigeria. I'll see you tomorrow same time, and we'll be talking more business. Stay safe and always get the cash. I'll see ya.
Stay confident, stay focused, breathe through it with TomTom.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
Oh, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all. Their demands, a familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
TVC News Weekend Lineup. TVC Breakfast Saturday with Kemi Fola Adeyemo and Emmanuel Ajayi. Political Standpoint with Precious Amayo. Newsweek with Mark Otabo. Politics on Sunday with Femi Akonde. Community Forum with Sarah Yeku. Get ready for the biggest stories, fresh perspectives, and burning news discussions that round up the weekend. Only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello and welcome. This is The World Now. We'll begin with this report just in from Lagos State, Nigeria, which says that a Lagos red bus burst into flames on 3rd Mainland Bridge. Eyewitnesses say the bus hit the culvert. Perhaps the bus failed its brakes. Some of the passengers were injured when they scampered out of the bus to avoid being burnt with the bus. Emergency responders are yet to get there, and the gridlock is building up in and out of the island through 3rd Mainland Bridge. Following that development, we'll bring you updates as we get them, but staying on transport accidents, this time out of Nigeria. Rescuers are searching for survivors in the waters of Potomac River after an American Airlines plane collided mid-air with a military helicopter near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport outside Washington, D.C. Police say multiple agencies were involved in a search and rescue operation in the river, which borders the airport, and at least 30 bodies have been recovered after an American Airlines flight collided mid-air with a Black Hawk helicopter. The jet was carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members from Wichita, Kansas, when it crashed near Ronald Reagan National Airport. U.S. President Donald Trump says he has been briefed on the terrible accident and questions why the helicopter did not go up or down.
Work group together, volunteers that come, and there is one family here they're talking to and counseling, but if other families want to come here for support, there is support groups here that they can come talk to. Well, I'm sure all of us probably know somebody that's on that flight, and that's tough. It's really tough. So you don't know who it is, who it impacts, what families. And there'll be some tough times ahead for a lot of people from Wichita and the Wichita area. So it'll be tough.
We're going to Chicago to Dallas for work. So there was a bass storm there, so they just sent us here. Oh. Yeah, so, but no relation, I have no idea. We just realized what happened when we were standing here. So they didn't know anything.
We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones. And so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families.
The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in.
Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation.
Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas.
American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA Airlines, a CRJ 700 aircraft traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National Airport, has been involved in an accident near Washington, D.C. It appears to have collided with a military aircraft on approach. Flight 5342 was under the command of 4 crew members and carried 60 passengers for a total of 64 people on board. We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events.
We're back here in Africa, where former Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta has criticized African leaders for lamenting U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to freeze foreign aid, including the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief. Speaking at the East Africa Region Global Health Security Summit in Mombasa, Kenyatta urged leaders to shift from dependency and instead focus on self-sufficiency. He questioned why African nations should expect U.S. support when they do not contribute to its tax system.
I saw some people the other day crying, oh, I don't know, Trump has removed money. He said he's not giving us any more money. Watu wanalia. Why are you crying? It's not your government, it's not your country. He has no reason to give you anything. I mean, you don't pay taxes in America. He is appealing to his people. Shauri yenu bana. This is a wake-up call for you to say, okay, what are we going to do to help ourselves? Instead of crying, tujiulize, what are we going to do? Haya, ametoa hiyo pesa, sasa tutafanya namna gani jameni? What are we going to do? Yeah? To support ourselves. Because nobody is going to continue holding out a hand there to give you. It is time for us to use our resources for the right things. We are the ones who are using them for the wrong things.
UN agencies have begun cutting back their global aid operations following the 90-day suspension of all foreign assistance ordered by the Trump administration. The head of the UN's refugee agency, Filippo Grandi, ordered an immediate clampdown on expenditure, including a 90-day delay in ordering new supplies, except for emergencies, a hiring and contract freeze, and a halt to all international air travel as the agency tries to adapt to the U.S. funding freeze. Earlier this week, Donald Trump ordered a stop in supply of medical aid related to HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis, as well as the supplies of drugs and equipment meant for newborns in U.S. aid-supported countries. The decision is part of Donald Trump's 90-day pause in foreign development assistance.
In a few moments, the Laken-Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly sign into law as the 47th President of the United States.
Now, for more on the recent reactions of world leaders to President Trump's halt of foreign aid, Executive Director, Not Too Young to Rule, Elvis Akwobi, joins me on Zoom from Abuja. Good to have you join us.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Good afternoon. So I have listened to many analysts, and most of them believe that this new foreign aid policy will hit Africa the hardest. Why do you think that Africa is at the receiving end of this policy, and not just this one, at that, also the immigration policy?
Because we seek validations in the Western world, and we look up to them as, means of growth. When we seem to forget that I've been privileged to travel and I noticed that those things, those working systems back in the Western world, it's human beings that are doing it. And Africa, mostly Nigeria, is blessed with rich human natural resources. And like ex-President Kenyatta said, it's his government. He should decide what to do. So oftentimes, once you seek solace outside, you find out that you will not see potential in yourself until you start developing our resources and our human capital potentials, which we are blessed with as Africans. We will not get it right. We'll keep, for me, African begging bowl is already leaking, and it's time to start patching it. Patching it means let's look inward, let's build a working system, let's build a system, and let's make policies that will grow Africa. As far as I'm concerned, like Rwanda today, it's one of the fastest growing economy and destination. Rwandans are made up Rwanda to make Rwanda the way it is today. I think other countries can take solace in that. Like I've always said in every platform I find myself is the problem of Nigeria will be solved by Nigerians in Nigeria.
And at what point do you think that we sort of ceded this responsibility to the West and even now to China, because we do look to the West and to the East for a lot of support, and whether it's infrastructure or health, education?
Because I think oftentimes we have leaders who does not prioritize, betting nice initiative, who want to always maintain the status quo. I have a friend today that is part of the team that invented this heart pain something for cardiac heart attack. He's an Harvard graduate, Dr. Wire. I'm not sure the U.S. government will want to release such potential. That person is in Nigeria. And we have a lot of Dr. Wire who are Nigerians in the Western countries developing and making policies for Nigeria. But if African policy gives room for, equity, if our policies are not laced with bias, our policies are not laced with, does not have loopholes, I think nobody will go and seek solace in the Western world. Because as far as I'm concerned, God created everybody to an extent equally. It's just we humans that have, looked for a way to cut corners, and that's what you're seeing that we're faced with in Africa. So for me, another thing that I'm worried about again is energy policy that talks about, America with the selling of their crude oil. That means we have another competitor at the crude oil market. Don't forget too that our budget is dependent on the rise and fall on crude oil. So I'm sure the president who understands all this, he will bring his team together. The Nigerian president and other African presidents will bring their team together, and we need to start looking inward, because Africa is blessed with every country in Africa is blessed with a natural resources, not forgetting their human resources, which are waiting to be harnessed and developed, which will in turn develop Africa.
And interesting you mentioned the part of the crude oil, because I remember during his inauguration speech where he said we are going to drill, which means that at some point U.S. will stop looking to Africa for its oil needs. How does all of these policies shape the continent's relations with the U.S. going forward?
I don't know. I think at this moment, I'm sure we are blessed with a resource that the U.S. government would need. So it's time to develop that resource. So it will be a symbiotic something where they need something from us. They need a resource from us, which is often human resource from us, and we'll give to them and they give to us. Because oftentimes it seems as if we keep going to beg them, and we seem like the junior brothers, why they are the big brothers. But I believe that with a good policy, good leadership, and good people on board, will in the nearest future you will see, U.S. even coming to us for aid.
They have always looked to us for their raw material needs. I don't know how we negotiate, whether we negotiate from a position of strength, but there is a vacuum now, left with this foreign aid policy, and I'm wondering how you think that we should begin to fill this vacuum.
I'm a graduate of the National Institute of Strategic Planning. I was meant to understand that it's policies that make up working system. I think Mr. President and even the governors of other states, begins at home, so I should talk about Nigeria. The governors of other states should start betting policies that will develop these natural resources, where the U.S., we see Nigeria and Africa as a destination to want to, do bilateral trades with, and, let's have this mutual beneficiary relationship among ourselves, and I think we'll get it right. But for me, I'll see this opportunity to, re-echo the fact that the need for us to remember that our greatest potential as Africans is not buried underground. Our greatest potential resource is buried in the potential of young people waiting to be harnessed, waiting to be grown, and every government should gravitate towards that.
Right, thank you so much for your time. Executive Director, Not Too Young to Rule, Elvis Akwobi, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Right, you're watching The What Now. We'll take a break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
Thanks for staying with us. This is The What Now. United States President Donald Trump has signed an immigration detention measure into law. The House gave its final approval of the bill in a 263 to 156 vote on Wednesday, with 46 Democrats joining all Republicans in favor. Trump opened his remarks with a victory lap, crediting his immigration agenda for his win in the election. He also thanked the Republican and Democratic lawmakers who brought the bill to his desk. The president said the cause had brought together Democrats and Republicans. The Lincoln Riley Act bears the name of the nursing school student who was murdered last year in Athens, Georgia.
In a few moments, the Lincoln Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly sign into law as the 47th President of the United States. Lincoln was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia, the best in her class. She was always the best. They would say, Lincoln, how do you do this? And what do you do? They were always asking her questions. She was respected by everybody, even her teachers. They respected her so much. From the time she was in first grade, Lincoln knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others. That's what she did.
We're staying in the U.S., where former New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez has been sentenced to 11 years in prison following his conviction on bribery and corruption charges. Last July, a jury found Menendez guilty on 16-count charge for accepting gifts, including gold bars, cash, and a Mercedes-Benz, in exchange for helping foreign governments. Before receiving his sentence, Menendez cried while addressing the courtroom. Menendez had repeatedly denied wrongdoing and has said he plans to appeal the guilty verdict. The guilty verdict came after a 9-week trial during which jurors saw evidence that Menendez accepted gifts, including gold bars worth over $100,000 and more than $480,000 in cash found by FBI agents inside Menendez's home. In exchange for the bribes, prosecutors said Menendez helped secure millions of dollars in U.S. aid for Egypt.
The judge's comments today. I am innocent
and I look forward to filing appeals on a whole host of issues. But let me just say this. This whole process has been nothing but a political witch hunt by the Justice Department's NSD and prosecutors who are more interested in political scalps and preparing to run for public office like Damian Williams. Only in the Southern District of New York could prosecutors send the jury illegal evidence that violates the judge's order and the Constitution's speech and debate clause, have no accountability as to who or how or what happened, claim that it was critical evidence when they were trying to convince the judge not once but twice that this was critical evidence, and then suggest that after they were caught that in fact it was unimportant. That's outrageous, outrageous, and unbelievable.
And now to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where President Felix Tshisekedi says his troops are mounting a vigorous military response as Rwanda-backed fighters advance in the east of the country. The weeks-long march of the M23 armed group, which has captured vast swathes of Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, including most of the key city of Goma, has prompted calls for crisis talks and warnings of a looming humanitarian crisis. In his first remarks since the latest crisis began, Tshisekedi said late Wednesday that a vigorous and coordinated response against these terrorists and their sponsors is underway, and that the silence and inaction of the international community were an affront in the face of an unprecedented worsening of the security situation. The M23 armed group, backed by some 3,000 to 4,000 Rwanda soldiers, according to the UN, has been fighting the Congolese army in the region for more than 3 years. On Sunday nights, its forces entered Goma. By Wednesday, after sporadic exchanges of fire in the morning, fighting ceased as the M23 and the Rwanda army took up positions in most of the city's neighborhoods. And to the Middle East, where former Al-Qaeda member Ahmed al-Shara, formerly known as Abu Mohammed al-Jalani, has been named as Syria's president for a transitional period. The commander also announced several resolutions, including the suspension of his country's constitution, the dissolution of the country's parliament, and the dissolution of the former regime's army and his Ba'ath Party. Al-Shara was the leader of the main militant group that spearheaded the lightning offensive that led to the overthrow last year of Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, whose regime had been in power for several decades. His task now will be rebuilding a country torn apart by more than a decade of civil war that has killed more than 300,000 people and displaced millions more. The conflict broke out during the 2011 Arab Spring, when a pro-democracy uprising plunged into a full-scale war that pulled in other regional powers from Saudi Arabia, Iran to the United States and Russia. Now, a man who sparked violent protest after burning the Quran has been shot dead in Sweden. That's according to local media reports. Salwan Momika is reported to have been killed in an apartment in Stockholm on Wednesday evening. Unrest broke out after Mr. Momika set fire to a copy of Islam's holy book outside Stockholm Central Mosque in 2023. Stockholm police said in a statement that five people have been arrested after a man in his 40s was shot dead overnight. Tens of thousands of Palestinians are returning to North Gaza after Israel opened routes through the Netzarim corridor. Drone footage showed masses of people walking north along the coastal route, but people traveling in cars face days-long waits at checkpoints. The Palestinians had been due to return north on Saturday, but they were held up by a row over an Israeli hostage, Abel Yehud. We have more in this report.
A large number of displaced Palestinians were stranded on the coastal road in the central Gaza Strip on Sunday, waiting to return to their homes in northern Gaza. The road was supposed to reopen after the second batch of hostages swap on Saturday, but it was delayed by a dispute between Hamas and Israel over the release of a detained Israeli civilian. Same Saturday, the Israeli Prime Minister's office said in a statement that Israel will not allow Palestinian residents to return to their homes in the northern Gaza Strip until the release of Israeli civilian Abel Yehud, who was scheduled to be freed on Saturday but was replaced by an Israeli female soldier by Hamas. Now, more than 350,000 displaced Palestinians were stranded in many parts of the central Gaza Strip. Some took cars, while many rode in horse-drawn carriages or even walked all the way. Many even carried mattresses, food and tents that accompanied them for more than a year. Although volunteers had continued to deliver water and food for them, it was very challenging to meet their needs given the large number of the displaced people. There were long lines of waiting cars on the road. Hamas released 4 female Israeli soldiers in exchange for 200 Palestinian prisoners. Meanwhile, Gazans continue to spend another night in the street, waiting for answers. Tens of thousands of residents of the northern Gaza Strip were forced to leave their homes during the 15-month fighting between Israel and Hamas and moved to temporary places in the southern Gaza Strip.
And that's TVC News this hour. For more updates on the stories we're monitoring, you can visit our website, www.tvcnews.tv. You can also follow us on our social media handles. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and on X at TVC News NG. YouTube, we're live at TVC News Nigeria. Thanks for watching.
Second, every minute, every hour, and every day. Time doesn't just tick away. It's a countdown to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations, and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m, where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
Voted as the best TV station of the year, TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories, we tell the news from every perspective, covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything.
If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all. Their demands, a familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, We'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Gombe's Transformative Journey. I'm so glad to have you join us. We'll be starting off this week with a review of some of the major events and activities during the past week, after which we'll also be reviewing some of the major events occurring at the local government area and the partnership between these local governments and the state, knowing that local governments now have full financial autonomy, but they still work in partnership with the state government in areas where these local governments are struggling. Sit back and relax as we take this transformative journey together. I am Landry Adeyemi. Gombe State Governor Inuwayaya has flagged off the distribution of 1.5 billion naira of emergency economic support to micro and small-scale business enterprises in the state. Priority was given to persons living with physical challenges.
I want to begin by commending our leader, His Excellency the Governor, for his visionary leadership and steadfast commitment to the welfare of our people. Under his guidance, Gombe State has witnessed remarkable progress, and this intervention is yet another example of his administration's dedication to alleviating the suffering of the most vulnerable among us. His Excellency's proactive decision to set up this committee reflects his commitment to ensuring transparency, inclusivity, and fairness in the distribution process. The mandate of the committee was clear: to identify the most affected by the floods and ensure that this intervention reaches the people who need it most. With this in mind, we embarked on an extensive and inclusive process by engaging with a wide range of stakeholders, including SMEs, associations, local business organizations, community leaders, representatives of vulnerable groups. These consultations allowed us to understand the extent of the damage caused by the floods and identify the most affected individuals and businesses. We adopted clear, objective, and transparent criteria for selecting the 10,000 beneficiaries. These criteria were based on the degree of impact experienced due to the floods, the economic viability of the affected businesses, and the need to support the most vulnerable members of our communities. Special attention was given to people with disabilities and other marginalized groups. This ensures that this intervention is not only about economic recovery, but also about promoting social equity and empowerment. This intervention has the potential to transform the lives of thousands of people across the state. By providing financial support to the affected SMEs, we are not only helping them recover from the losses caused by the floods, but also empowering them to rebuild and grow stronger.
The floods of 2024 wreaked havoc across our state, resulting in the destruction of over 2,500 houses and shops in over 33 communities, and causing excessive damage to farmlands and infrastructures. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished invited guests, in response to this calamity, the Gombe State Government, through my ministry, Ministerial duties and regional integration, has mobilized resources to provide relief and support to the affected populations.
Governor Yaya encouraged residents of his state that better days are ahead as primary economic indicators show a gradual improvement and a better outlook of the financial system.
The welfare of the people of Gombe State remains at the heart of our administration's priorities. Over the years, we initiated and implemented numerous programs aimed at alleviating the suffering of the poor and the vulnerable in our society. Over the years, we've taken various palliative food distribution programs and provided emergency intervention to flood victims and other disaster-affected groups. Our focus has been unwavering to provide a safety net for our people and empower them to rebuild their lives whenever such episodes or incidences happen. Today's event is yet another testament to the commitment to serve the people. We provide 10,000 people identified for this intervention in order to give them education and in order to support them and see them through the challenges. Everybody knows that during the rainy season there was serious flood, but ours was very light. And in some cases, I saw in the social media people accusing me that I went and distributed money to Borno and Yobe State and overlooked the people here. But they did not consider that even at that point, our local agency, the State Emergency Management Agency, had taken some serious interventions. We didn't need to go public, but at least going to assist people that are our neighbors. We need to be our brothers and sisters. And what we did to Borno and Yobe is exactly what NEDC did to us now. And NEDC is doing that because it has been given direction by no other person than the President and Commander-in-Chief, President Bola Tinubu, who has been, and now Nigeria is not getting it easy, especially in those days. We could not have sourced money elsewhere, either through the World Bank, or through any development partner, or through international creditors, to come and continue a subsidy regime that was no longer sustainable. So as such, there was no option for Tinubu but to take that bold decision of withdrawing the subsidy. There is no option to it. But we must be ingenious enough to find ways and means by which we can now provide that subsidy in another form that can get directly to each and every person, not minding the privileges of people that hang around it in terms of corrupt tendencies, taking money anyhow. And I believe you are all witnesses that Nigeria has now turned the curve of the age. We are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. At least it is shining. It is from that we are able to say and fund NEDC, and NEDC is funding us or funding other states in order to provide this facility. I'm not a glitch. I will never ever receive any support. And as a governor, I've been telling people that I'm just like an advantage going to them from one point to another, seeking for support, to come and see how Gombe State will prosper. So whatever process is coming back to me. So be that as it may, we are taking this money and we are sharing it to the correct set of people. So we've given out and we are getting back something bigger and we are sharing it to the people. So what is our loss? Our loss. We price again. So we pray that God Almighty will continuously give us that heart, to support our brothers. Amen. We pray that we'll never continuously see issues like the flooding. It's a natural phenomenon. It can happen, yes, but let it be the one that you can control. With the dams that we have, and people are able to create more dams so that the water, excess water will now end in the dams. We can utilize the water in irrigating farms. We will have more food and we will have guarantee and good security. That is what leadership should provide, and we are ready for that. So please, bear with us.
Beneficiaries and experts speak of the direct impact financial support has on businesses and its ripple effect on commercial activities in the state.
we are very much happy. Why? Because we, the leaders of the clubs and the association in Gombe State, we're receiving this support to our people, and then we assure His Excellency, based on this support that we are collecting from his government, we'll do anything possible to make sure that the people that are in need in our associations, different associations, they get that help that we are collected today.
The Committee of Persons with Disability in Gombe State, we deeply appreciate this gesture by the Governor of Gombe State, His Excellency for selecting 150 persons with disability, and each have received 150,000 naira each to support their businesses, and also for those who were affected by the flood. We are very much grateful for him, and particularly for ensuring that our people were not subjected to rigorous banking process, but they are receiving their own support cash, so that they will immediately use it for their own benefit.
995 million naira is allocated to households affected by floods, 250 million to MSMEs, and the balance to support persons living with disabilities. Governor Inwayaya of Gombe State has called on civil servants to embrace the state government's ongoing reforms. The governor gave the charge during the swearing-in of 5 new permanent secretaries. Governor Yaya added that their contributions will play a significant role in shaping the legacy of his administration.
Permanent secretaries form the backbone of the civil service. You are the administrative engine that drives the effective implementation of government policies and programs. Your role is pivotal in ensuring the continuity and efficiency of governance, and it is a responsibility that demands nothing less than excellence. As you assume this important office, I wish to remind you of the immense responsibilities that come with it. You are entrusted with the sacred duty of serving the people of the state with integrity, transparency, and accountability. Your decisions will directly impact the lives of our citizens, and I am confident that you will carry out your roles with the highest ethical standards and an unwavering sense of duty. Over the past 5 years, our administration has undertaken significant reforms aimed at transforming the civil service to achieve greater efficiency and improve service delivery. Unfortunately, for so many reasons, there are many things that we could do that we have not done, that we may not likely do. For example, only recently we paid gratuity to over 2,000 retired civil servants. But since we came, you can count the numbers that we engaged last time. There should have been replacement, maybe more than what are even existing, because we are increasing in number badly. But the financial situation and the fact that the service is overburdened but misplaced priorities on appointments prior to my time, there is virtually nothing. So the task of the civil servant is even more than you can imagine, because you must do double work. You must, because you're sworn to work, and you must work to justify the confidence people and the government have in you. So there's a big task ahead, and I hope you'll be able to come with it and do it. Over the past 5 years, our administration has undertaken significant reforms aimed at transforming the service to achieve greater efficiency and improve service delivery. Among these initiatives is the establishment of the Bureau for Public Service Reform.
The governor also commended the outstanding achievement of Gombe's youth at the recent National Quranic Recitation competition held in Kebbi State. He congratulated the winners and assured them of continued government support.
Our citizens that want to compete in the recently concluded National Quranic Recitation competition. And you've seen the 5 of them that came here, that they went, they saw, and they conquered. It's a big privilege. It's a mark of honor. And I want to appreciate, first and foremost, the school, their schools, their parents, and secondly, the committee, the primary registration committee of the state that has mentored them and trained them and took them to Kebbi in order to participate in this very important occasion. And I want to thank them for what they did. They really made Gombe State proud, and we're really proud of them. Please keep it up. And I want to add that Gombe has been receiving so many accolades. Only recently, as a government, we received 4 prizes, one of which includes that of primary health care challenge. That we earned $400,000 on top of only the shield and whatever was given to us. It's not the money, but the fact that we are being recognized and acknowledged that we are doing well in terms of service delivery to the people is enough. So we thank God that we are doing well, but on this, I want to specifically emphasize that the need for parents to double up their efforts in order to see that their children, and in fact, all their households are taken care of morally, physically, financially, and otherwise.
The newly appointed permanent secretaries pledged their commitment to diligently serving the people of Gombe and contributing to the success of the Inwayaya administration.
Let me begin, Your Excellency, by also giving you the assurances of our resolute commitment to loyalty, dedication, selflessness, transparency, and accountability, sir. For me personally, who had the privilege of closely working in your office, Your Excellency, over the last 5 years, I am a first-hand witness to your co-leadership principles. We that have this privilege have so far internalized a lot of your leadership values, particularly your resolute commitment to accountability, to transparency, and your zero tolerance to wastefulness and profligacy. We'll imbibe these attitudes and these values throughout our career as civil servants in Gombe State. We're also aware of your focus on results, and throughout what we'll do, results will be our watchdog. Your Excellency, you are a leader that prioritizes mentoring. Mentoring of younger generations of leaders, mentoring of younger generations of public servants. As your permanent secretaries, will do our best to mentor the younger generations, especially given the level of decay and inefficiency in the public service. We'll do our best to strengthen these values that you have institutionalized in Gombe State.
This latest appointment marks a significant step forward for the Gombe State Civil Service as the government continues strengthening its workforce to deliver effective public service. Following the implementation of full autonomy for local governments, the Gombe State government is affirming its support for grassroots administration and the provision of critical infrastructure. Gombe State government is embracing the implementation of the Supreme Court judgment, yet it is not withholding support for its 11 local government areas. After a communal clash in 2022, which led to the destruction of the main market in Biliri town, the local government has been unable to rebuild it. The Gombe State government is stepping in to support the local government to rebuild the market, upgrade the grain storage facility, and also rebuild the police station.
I want to appreciate the effort of His Excellency Alhaji Inwayaya, the Governor of Gombe State, for his love and concern towards the people of Biliri local government. As we went around with you, you see how my people were happy. They were jubilating because the market has become a real challenge in building local government. And also in terms of revenue, we are not getting it easy to take our revenue from the marketers because this is an open place. But when coming with the building of the fencing of the market, it can generate more revenue to the people of Gombe State, to the people of the local government. And also it will help our businessmen because when we went around, they were jubilating because they are selling the properties outside, which is not supposed to be so. So I'm very, very happy when you build this thing, it will increase the rate of marketing in building local government.
It is always the local government chairperson, chairman that submit list of their priority projects. Then we take it to the council, and then at the council, it will be decided that this project can go first, maybe the rest can come later. So these 4 projects we have seen today were initiated by the local government council, and they were approved by His Excellency. And today we have taken the contractors to the site, and the project is commencing immediately, latest by tomorrow.
What we have seen is that the state government has been contributing its own quota in the aspect of anything that occurs in this market. At least we have done a little best of ourselves, that we see that we have made a loss and the state government has come into our at least they come into us to assist us. Yes, we thank them, we thank God for what they have done to us, and we are thanking the state government on what they are doing in and out in within this period.
We are hoping for that since when this will happen. You are praying and asking God, but you are thank God today the government are trying to build the market for us. Before the same bond, mainly this market is a very big market. We are achieving a lot of things. Other local governments are coming here to protest for us. But when this standing happen, their business go down. But we are praying as they are going to start this business, we want to start the building. We are praying to God, let them do things in good times, and our business will continue flourishing.
The chairperson of Gullibility local government further explains the mutual respect and partnership shared between the 2 levels of government. The newly completed bridge behind her is an example of the benefits of this cooperation.
Some weeks back, we know what happened to Kalme, one of the villages under Gullibility local government, because we don't have the security nearby, and we had problem with the Fulanis. Others farmers, they attacked the village, but I believe with this police station nearby, it will be of help to the villagers around.
The local government, as autonomous as they are, they have the right to enter into a partnership with any other, just like the way we relate with developmental partners. You understand? They will come to you. Even the state government go into agreement with them, they contribute a certain percentage, and the development partners will contribute a certain percentage, and they execute projects. So many projects are taking place in Gombe State, like the Agile project, Agrisal, all these things, they are contributory. So that's just how it works. The local government will come with a project. You know, the state government has vested interest in the local government, and vice versa. So it's just an agreement that you will come, okay, I have this, and I can afford at this moment to contribute a certain percentage, and then the state government will look at it, okay, we can support you, you know, with this percentage so that that thing can be achieved.
The 3 projects are expected to cost about ₦1 billion to execute. Local governments have full autonomy, yet in areas where they struggle, the state government would step in to assist them, and that is the partnership in Gombe State between the local government and the state government. An example is this bridge in Gullibility local government, which was constructed by the state government to assist the local government. That's much we can bring to you on this episode of Gombe's Transformative Journey. Do join us again same time next week. But if you miss any of our episodes, you can watch them again on our social media platforms. I am Landry Adeyemi.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Barkamu da warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did they
News first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello, thanks for joining us. This is TVC News at 4. We begin in the nation's capital, where the Court of Appeal sitting there has affirmed the proscription of the indigenous people of Biafra as a terrorist organization. The appellate court, in a unanimous decision, affirmed the judgment of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which proscribed IPOB. The court held that it found no reason to set aside the order the federal government got against the group. According to the court, the federal government acted lawfully by proscribing the organization, whose activities threatened the nation's security and continued existence. It resolved all the issues against IPOB and dismissed his appeal for want of merit. Former Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice Abdul Kafarati, had, in a ruling he delivered, granted 10 million naira bail to the convener of Revolution Now protest, Omoyele Sowore, and one surety in Likesum. Now, as part of the conditions for bail, Justice Musa Liman held that a surety must be a responsible individual with landed property valued in Likesum. The surety is expected to deposit the original documents of landed property and a passport photograph to the registrar of the court. Mr. Sowore was ordered by the court to deposit his travel documents with the registrar of the court. The trial judge, however, gave Mr. Sowore 24 hours to perfect the bail conditions or be remanded in police custody till the bail is perfected. Now, also, Justice Chiri Uwachiongwu of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, Kuchiako Kuje, has rescheduled the arraignment of the former Executive Secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, Usman Yusuf, to Monday, 3rd of February. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission on January the 29th arrested Mr. Yusuf and sought to arraign him today, 30th of January. But the arraignment was, however, moved to February the 3rd to allow for amendment of charges. Now, though the defense counsel made a bail application, it was turned down by the court on account of the defendant's deferred arraignment. Justice Onwuchiongwu adjourned the matter and ordered that the defendant be remanded in the custody of the EFCC. Now, still on judicial matters, the People's Democratic Party and the All Progressives Congress had an argument at the Edo State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal over alleged threats to witnesses. At the resumed sitting, the lead counsel for the PDP and his candidate, Ken Buzaya, alleged that some witnesses built to testify in the matter have been threatened. Mr. Buzaya noted that though the names of the proposed witnesses were coded through the use of acronyms, he said the identities of the witnesses were known through the roles they played during the governorship election. that was held on September the 21st, 2024. He told the tribunal that he earlier drew the attention of the APC's counsel, Emmanuel Kala, to what the witnesses were being subjected to. However, his allegation did not go down well with senior lawyers who appeared for respondents in the petition that is seeking to nullify Governor Kwebulu's election. Oyechik Biazu, who represented the governor, described the allegation as baseless. Meanwhile, the PDP has called its 13th witness, an agent of the PDP in Akoko Edo local government area of the state, Esegbe Victor, to testify. Now to Osun State, where a magistrate court sitting in Oshogbo has struck out the criminal case against the national chairman of the Action Alliance, Kenneth Udeze, citing legal irregularities in the prosecution. Delivering her ruling in the suit, joined by the party's national secretary and the Osun State chairman of the party, Magistrate Adebola Odeleye ruled that the charge against the AA national chairman lacked a legally recognized signature. Magistrate Odeleye said the critical flaw has rendered the prosecution's case invalid and incompetent in the eyes of the law. The case was originated from a petition filed by former factional chairman of the party, Rufai Omoaji, who had accused Kenneth Udeze of allegedly forging INEC documents in 2018 governorship election in Osun State. Meanwhile, the Defense Council has welcomed the judgment, describing it as a victory for justice.
We discovered that even the charge upon which the defendants were being tried, that is the national chairman, the secretary, and the then state chairman, was even an invalid and incompetent charge. That is a charge that was not signed by any known person in law. So in that regard and in that situation, what the law requires is that the trial, from the day one to the end of that trial, was an invalid trial because the charge itself was an incompetent and invalid charge. So today, the court has shown that when it comes to law, you cannot just bamboozle the court, you cannot just come because you are overzealous prosecutor.
Now, away from the court to other stories, the Sokoto state government says it has injected additional 1 billion naira for completion of the state-owned independent power project that started 16 years ago by the administration of Aliyu Wamako. Now, it said the power project, when completed, will generate over 40 megawatts of electricity to augment power supply from the national grid. That's to support the industrialization drive of Governor Ahmed Aliyu. The State Commissioner for Energy, Sanusi Danfulani, said the criminal activities of vandals is responsible for the delayed completion of the planned project. Meanwhile, the coordinating consultant of the project, Theo Ubani, said the project is currently at the evacuation stage and will be fully operational in the next 6 months.
Awarded the contract for rehabilitation and also to bring to life the laudable project made by his father, his mentor, the former governor of Sokoto State, Aliyu Magataka Wamako, for bringing this project into reality. So now we have invested about $1 billion, and much more are coming to make sure this generative project is put into use. And my duty as a commissioner is to ensure that this job is being completed into prostitution and the Sokoto State people benefited.
What it means now is that most of the bottlenecks involved in transmission and distribution of power has been removed and placed under the management of the state level. So Sokoto State is going to have their own Sokoto Electricity Regulatory Commission, Sokoto Distribution Company, Sokoto Energy Company. It's not going to be as difficult as what we were doing before. We have to go to NEC. NEC will send their people here. They will come, they will look, they will say, oh, you are not ready, we go back again. Now that whole thing has been domiciled within the state.
Now, the Kogi State government has initiated the Performance Indicator Tracker, and that's to allow residents to monitor government's policies and programs. According to the State Commissioner for Finance, Ashiwaju Idris, the groundbreaking tracker app provides the crucial tool and data to guide the government in making well-informed decisions that addresses the critical needs of the people. At the event, which culminated in the breakdown of the 2025 budget for Kogi State, Key stakeholders said the initiative will ensure timely delivery of projects within the budget timeframe while upholding the highest standards of quality.
On record that the quest to achieve financial autonomy for the three arms of government in the state has been fully realized. To ensure every arm is able to perform its function effectively and efficiently for the overall good of the state. Given the strategic approach to this intervention, we are confident it will continue to make positive impact on the lives of our people.
I therefore unveil the Kogi Performance Indicator Tracker app. As you can see, here is the app. And I do this to the benefit of all Kogites and to the glory of God Almighty.
And that's TVC News this hour. For more updates on the stories we're monitoring, you can visit our website, www.tvcnews.tv. You can also follow us on our social media handles. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and on X at TVC News NG. And on YouTube, we're live at TVC News Nigeria. Thanks for watching. Coming up next is Sport Desk.
TerraCube is available in beef, chicken, jollof and shrimp flavors at attractive prices of 50, 100, 200 and 500 naira.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
No buy am. But why? No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull Holographic Seal Tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull Rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull Rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
Every second, every minute, every hour and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It's a countdown to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m, where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
The task of the leaders is to get their people from where they are to where they've not been. How do we hold our leaders accountable in the business of lawmaking and representation?
The mandate that you have given to us is not abuse in any way.
The primary purpose of government is to ensure the welfare and security of the Nigerian people.
The constituency project had noble intentions and they still remain the most veritable tool.
Do they really know their representatives at the states and national assemblies?
Our people, they don't have water, they are suffering. They only drink water from where rain fall.
For the current one, the 10th assembly, I don't really know who is in charge.
From the mountaintops to the deepest valleys, we're ready to go an extra mile just to show Nigerian your constituency project. Know your representative with Maria, bridging the visible gap.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists' Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. Without the news from every perspective. Covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen?
TVC News, first with breaking news.
TVC Sport Desk.
18 matches were played in the UEFA Champions League on Wednesday night. A plethora of goals were scored. Teams qualified automatically. Others qualified to play in the playoff. It is the biggest football competition in the world, the biggest in Europe. It is the UEFA Champions League. Hello and welcome on the Thursday show. This is TVC Sport Desk, and I am Promise Efoge. Coming up on the program today. Battle for round of 16 qualification resumes in the Europa League competition tonight.
TVC Sport Desk. TVC Sport.
All right, Ethan Nwaneri was named player of the match in Arsenal's 2-1 comeback win against Girona on March the 8th of the UEFA Champions League on Wednesday. A superb strike from Nwaneri helped Arsenal come from behind to beat Girona 2-1 in the Ghana's last match of the Champions League phase. That's the group phase. Nwaneri is age 17 and 314 days. On Wednesday night, became the second youngest Englishman to score a Champions League goal after Jude Bellingham did at the age of 17 years and 289 days. And that was a game against Manchester City in April 2021. Another result.
Beauty.
All right, more reactions, mixed reactions as regards the UEFA Champions League, with teams playing more matches, 8 in the group phase of the tournament. We just saw highlights of matches played in the final phase, the final round of the group phase of the competition. Well, Max Ludgenso is a German football writer and pundit. He's live on the program from Germany at this time as we take a look at games played in the competition on Wednesday the night. Max, glad to have you on the show today. 3 matches were played in your territory in Germany yesterday. We had Bayern Munich in action against Slovan Bratislava. We also had Borussia Dortmund playing at home against Shakhtar Donetsk. And VfB Stuttgart also was in action. But it was a bag of mixed results for all German teams that were in action last night. Max.
Hello, Promise. Yes, and Bayer Leverkusen, they won. But yeah, the other 3 games, you mentioned Dortmund, Bayern, and Stuttgart. Yeah, it was a mix, like you said. We saw a victory of Bayern Munich, 3-1. A bit clear, but not high enough to go higher in the table. And Dortmund 3-1. It was at least a victory of Dortmund after very bad games in Bundesliga in the last weeks. It was one step in a good direction, I would say. And yeah, Bayer Leverkusen won 2-0 against Praha, easy match. And yeah, Stuttgart finally lost against Paris, which was a bit surprising for me. Because
I'll just put you on hold. Let's go pay some bills. When we come back, the conversation around the Champions League will continue.
TVC Sport Desk.
The world needs mums. With a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please.
Meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Sport Desk.
All right, Thomas Coaching Hands is also live on the program from his base in Portugal. Thomas, there were a couple of matches in...
Be eliminated, and yeah, they played a really, really strong game. Great counter-attacking football, and yeah, it was a deserved victory, and it came a little bit as a surprise because there is a small kind of crisis going on in the Benfica management, and also the head coach Bruno Lage criticized the board before the game, so there is a bit of turmoil in the club. So I think yesterday's victory was very important to at least calm also the media and the fans a little bit down. And now they're in the playoffs.
Okay, I continue with you, Thomas. Manchester City were on the brink of elimination in the Champions League.
Yeah, it's a good question. I personally think if you really think this victory could give them a big boost. However, now it's, you know, the opponents they will face will either be Bayern or Real. So it's going to be huge games in the playoffs for them. 50 games, I'd say.
Well, Max, how surprising it is for you to see top Champions League teams like Bayern Munich, Real Madrid are failing to qualify automatically for the Champions League, but having to go through the back doors of, playing the playoffs to get into the round of 16.
Yes, exactly. I mean, as Thomas said, we have in the playoffs a game like Manchester City either against Real or Bayern Munich. So this will be a great game, and one of these 3 great clubs will be out before of the round of 16. So this is surprising for me, especially how City was playing. But as Thomas already said, they are improving, and they are there now. They are there for this important match against Real or Bayern. And for Bayern, it's very, very dangerous, I would say. I mean, yesterday they won, but only 3-1 against Bratislava. The coach was criticized a lot because Musiala was on the bench, Coman was on the bench in the beginning. And a higher victory was necessary, but they only won 3-1. And now they have maybe a difficult match against City. We will see it on Friday when there's a draw. I was surprised by these 3 teams, but I was, on the other hand, also surprised by little teams like Lille or so-called little teams as Aston Villa. They are easy in the next round. But I was surprised by PSG, City and Bayern and Real. And in the last games also of Dortmund, because they were so close to the top 8, and then they played not that good the last 2 matches. Yesterday they won, but they are also not on the first 8. So yeah, it was a bit surprising, but now everyone is looking forward for this great game, maybe of Bayern Munich against City. We will see it on Friday at the draw.
All right, Thomas, right on the screen now is a confirmation of the top 8 teams that have qualified automatically for the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League. Liverpool, they won all first 7 games. They lost yesterday, certainly because Liverpool played some little boys from the academy. They lost against Feyenoord 3-2. Barcelona finishing in second, Arsenal in third, Inter Milan, Atletico Madrid, Bayer Leverkusen, Lille Metropole, and Aston Villa. Now, we saw Liverpool, losing their first game, Thomas, yesterday, and they actually deserved or reserved the right, to play any kind of player that